excited and giddy. They're so happy that you believe something so stupid, and they get to be the smart one. So rather than just sitting there, feeding their ego by allowing them to think they're being the smart one, I recommend when you identify one of these willfully ignorant, egoistic ignoramuses, change the conversation from trying to even discuss the flat earth to discussing their willful ignorance, their cognitive dissonance, and their ego's lack of ability to engage in adult conversation, and then move on. Don't waste any more time than that with these people. Leave them to their globe earth echo chambers, while the rest of humanity gets on with enlightening themselves. Eventually, and it's coming to that point, there's not going to be anybody left listening to them. All their friends are flat earthers now. I was just contacted by a very prominent non-flat earther who everyone around him, all his friends, family members, people he respects, are becoming flat earthers now, to the point that he is finally opening his mind to the subject, and finally stopping this attitude that he's had for so many years, instantly rejecting and belittling anyone who claims the earth is flat. And that's encouraging, and props to him. I would really like to see more of that from these globe earth zealots. A little bit of humbleness. We all had to do it. Us current flat earthers, we all had to humble ourselves to the fact that we were lied to. And first, just to the fact that maybe we were lied to. That's the first step. That's the step we all took. That's all we're asking. Those of you who think you're being so scientific, that's how you do science. Skepticism, critical thinking, looking into all sides of the argument, doing actual experiments, gathering empirical data. This is what flat earthers are doing, while globe earthers are just regurgitating what they learned in their grade school textbooks with a big smirk on their face. So if you recognize yourself in this, if you have mocked or belittled friends or family members for talking about flat earth or other conspiracy subjects, consider trying a different approach. Let's have a real conversation. Globe earthers keep saying they want to debate, like we're arguing about what color to change the White House to or something. That would be a debatable subject. The objective, empirical, measurable shape of the earth beneath our feet is not a debatable subject. And people who want to begin the conversation this way are being disingenuous and closed-minded. We don't need to debate the globe versus the flat earth. We need to talk about it. We need to discuss it openly, honestly, patiently, and without the attitude. What passes for debate nowadays is just arguing over the top of one another and making ad hominem attacks. What we need is open conversation and listening. And even more than that, we need research. If you haven't actually read an entire Flat Earth book or watched a full Flat Earth documentary with an open mind, you really have no right to your holier-than-thou mentality, and it would be awesome if you could humble yourselves enough to do so. The last video on my channel would be an excellent introduction for those of you who haven't. The top 20 proofs Earth is not a spinning globe. It's just over an hour long. Please do me, yourselves, and the rest of the world a favor, and watch this with an open, skeptical mind. For the first time in your life, consider the possibility that your senses are true, and that your common sense and lived experience that tells you that you're standing upright on a level stationary plane with the sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around you, consider that that could be the reality, that what you experience is real. And do as Aristotle said, and hold two contradictory ideas in your mind simultaneously, without judging them. I guarantee you, if you're able to do that long enough to do your due diligence in researching the flat Earth, you, like every one of us, will become a flat earther.
Mic check. It was good advice from Mr. DeBay there. Are you there, Corpuscle?
Yes, I am.
Welcome to the server.
Oh, no, I've been here before. I just got muted one time because I was asked something and I just gave an answer and they didn't like it, so they muted me. I wasn't even rude. They just muted me.
Okay, well, let's start all over with the fresh slate. What's your first question?
My question is, what do y'all mean by flat? Because, there's like a colloquial definition, right? And then there's like a mathematical definition. So which one do flat earthers use?
Well, you're asking me to speak for an entire group of people, but
okay, well, I guess that's unfair, but like,
generally speaking, just we live, as far as we can verify and empirically test, we live on a generally level, horizontal, topographical plane. I mean, we got valleys and mountains and stuff. We don't deny that, right? But the main thing that we're here for, we all got taught we're on a globe that's zipping around through space. You agree with that?
Wait. So say that again real quick. So as far as you can verify it,
go ahead.
Yeah. No. Say what you were gonna say again. Sorry, I'm in like a game right now, and this shit's intense.
Well, you want to come back when you got time to listen?
No, I'm just gonna turn my fucking what's the shit called? My Discord up. Alright, there we go.
Okay.
Right. Can you repeat, please, Dave Hinkle?
Which part do you want to hear repeated?
Like what's meant by flat and flat Earth. Like, I mean, here's the thing. Like, for example, just because somebody's a carnivore, you don't know what meat they're going to eat, but if they're a carnivore, they eat some kind of meat, right? Like, there's something that unifies all meat. It's like the flesh of animals, right? You don't really need to know more than that. So, like, when I ask, what's meant by flat, maybe there's, like, an intersection between all flat earthers, because all of them agree that the Earth's not curved. So, like, what's the intersection between all definitions of flat, such that they all come to the conclusion the Earth is not curved? They don't all have to be exactly the same, but they all have something in common they must do.
Well, the main thing we have in common is that we reject the idea that we're on a ball that's spinning, that's in motion, and exists
in a
second,
Matthew, speaking. So, yeah?
What?
Oh, no, my twin brother doesn't respect privacy!
Okay. We've got all kinds of different people with all kinds of different viewpoints that have been getting this. The main gist is that the idea that we were taught about a globe is not correct. The globe does not exist.
So then you see, you guys aren't really flat earthers then, are you? You're just non-globers, I guess.
You can call us whatever you want.
See what I mean? I get unmuted by Dave Hinkle, who's giving an honest conversation, and then Flat Earth dude's like, nah, he's a troll. Bro, y'all need to calm down.
Can you calm down?
Sorry, no, I don't like being muted for no reason.
Are you a troll?
Bro, no, I gave you a serious question. I'm clearly engaging with you seriously, bro. That's not what a troll does.
All right. Did you listen to any of that video we were playing before?
No, I couldn't hear it because I have bots turned down really low. Yeah. Sorry.
You think you can entertain an opposing idea to what you already believe without accepting?
Oh, yeah. I've changed my mind on many things, don't you worry.
Okay.
Many things.
So, when they told you live on a globe, did they prove it to you? Or did they just tell you?
They proved it. Well, they proved it to me insofar as was necessary.
What do you mean by that?
Obviously they didn't take me to space to show me that the Earth was a globe, right? But they were like, okay, well, here's the seasons, here's a tour of the Earth, here are how all the stars work, and the NLM, and the North and the South are like star differences and all that crap,
Well, all that stuff.
I came to the conclusion, like everyone else, that hey, Earth must be a globe.
All those things you brought up there are just basically a story. There's nothing There's nothing empirical. You know what the word empirical means?
Of course I do.
Okay. So, like, for example, when we go out to say an island like 20 miles off the coast, right?
Uh-huh.
And we use a laser or sunlight flash mirror or whatever, and we can see the beach from 20 miles away. That's just an example. There's hundreds or maybe thousands of these examples by now. So the globe should be dropping in elevation. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If we're on a ball, you should have an elevation drop, correct?
Yeah.
Well, every time we go to check for this elevation drop, it's not there. So what do we left to do there?
Well, from what I've heard, isn't it like 8 inches squared per mile or something like that, right?
That's the formula that's accurate up to like 1,000 miles, as far as I know. Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's the problem. First of all, it's not using metric measurements, which is already a red flag. But then 8 inches per mile squared produces a parabola. Like, just because it's accurate enough, up to like 1,000 miles, doesn't mean that it actually describes the global curvature. Because the global curvature is much better represented using trigonometry, is it not? Than, for example,
you realize that this formula is not something that we made up.
Go ahead, Martok. I got to bounce.
Right. Well, I was just saying that like we didn't make up that formula, right? 8 inches per mile squared. Well, that's actually what the globe is claiming.
I've never seen this like ever in any science class. So I'm like, is there sources linked somewhere for this?
Yeah, bro, that's not math that we made up, man. That's stuff that NASA affirms. You can actually Google like Earth curvature calculator, and there's a whole bunch of them out there. None of them are made, as far as I know. None of them are created by flat earthers, bro, and they all have the same math and calculations.
Right, but you would be correct in saying that formula would not like directly be useful if you're actually doing an observation, because you would need to account for the observer height, stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
But as far as like a geometric drop from surface level, yeah, it is pretty accurate for like a couple hundred.
Bro, they're saying I probably drink pee. What is y'all are so strange. Anyway, so if I go on, say, the NASA website, am I gonna find like somewhere where it's gonna say that Earth curves by that much? Like, where do I find this? Where do I find an official source that says this? I'm not even trolling. I just want to like find something legit.
Totally, that's a fair question. Let me ask you this: for right now, can you just accept that is official? Yeah, I'll go find a source right now. I'll go hunt down. But for right now, can you just?
Okay. Yeah. So if I accept that it's official, then if y'all show like examples of dude, this Morvis has me all kinds of fucked up right now. Then yeah, if you show me stuff that shows that you aren't getting the right like measurements or whatever, then I would have to say, damn, you know, on a surface with no atmosphere, I guess that's just it, isn't it? That's 100% proof. But we don't live on one of those. We got like this whole fluid going on around us, you know?
Let me ask you a question, brother. First of all, I just Googled Earth curvature chart, and you can go to any number of website. Metabunk is probably one that your team would endorse. But you can Google it, or you can, DuckDuckGo, and you're going to find they're all saying exactly the same stuff. So I can post a couple for you, or if you want to Google that.
Oh, yeah, please do. I mean, I can go search for it myself, but then that's like, imagine if you go to school and the teacher's like, well, everything I'm going to teach you is on Google. It's like, no,
yeah, I understand. Sure. Yeah. May I ask you a question, friend?
Sure.
Have you ever personally measured the curvature of the Earth, or do you know anybody who has, and can you cite their methods that they used?
No, I've never known anyone personally that's done that.
I don't mean knowing them personally. I mean, can you cite anyone in history who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times and how they did it back then all the way up until now?
Okay. So when you say measure, I'm gonna need to know by what mechanism you mean measure, because there's indirect and direct, you know.
Well, they say that the ocean is bending, right? That the land masses in the ocean are bending around the center of mass at a certain rate, right?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's falling towards the center of mass, isn't it?
Well, we're not talking about like, orbital mechanics. We're talking about the actual surface of the Earth, right?
Yeah, the surface of the Earth, yeah, all that shit is
That would be
all of it's
bending,
being
right?
attracted downwards towards the center of the Earth. Yeah.
It would be bending if it's a sphere or very close to a sphere. It would be bending at a certain rate, right?
Yeah, on a perfect sphere, yeah, there would be a global rate.
Or whether it was perfect or slightly imperfect, it would be at least an average, right?
Yeah. Well, okay,
You know-
actually, that's not true because toroids are a thing, but like, I get what you mean.
So if it's bending at a certain rate, right, then who measured that?
I mean, I mean, there's like one I heard in. Okay, well, no, there were two I heard in school. One of them was like some Italian dude, and another one was the Greek that I've heard before, which is Eratosthenes. But even his method is like super shitty because it was like super like not that accurate or something.
Yeah, exactly. You learned what we all learned. It was the same stuff.
Yeah.
Eratosthenes, and what they didn't tell us about Eratosthenes' method also demonstrates that the Earth is flat.
Oh yeah, no, I saw that in a science book. How like because of the way the angles work, if the sun was like way closer, then it would work on a flat Earth as well, right?
Yeah, so it depends on the assumptions you put into the equation to get the answer that you're looking for. What I find suspicious is I don't know about the school you went to, but the school I went to, they didn't tell me that. They just tell me that this dude measured the Earth and it was round.
Oh no, my school told me like my school was a good school.
Oh, well, you must have went to a higher end school than I did.
Oh, I did. I lived in a wealthy white area, so you know.
I understand. So I guess we're back to the original question: like, who measured the curvature of the Earth and how did he do it?
So I think there. So you know what? What's that shit called? Parallax or something like that. So he assumed that because I remember this. He assumed that the Earth was like really, really far. Can y'all like stop with this shit? Oh my god! Stop making fun of me. I'm trying to be serious here. What the fuck? He like people that known for ages, right? Known in quotation marks considering our discussion right now, that the sun and the Earth had to be like really far away because the sun and the moon, when they passed each other during like certain points of the month, when the moon moved, the sun didn't move much in the background, and when the sun moved, the moon didn't move much in the background, nor did the stars. So they like, I don't know if you know about like perspective, but when something's like really far away and it moves, right? You don't see much like movement.
Okay, what does that have to do with measuring the surface of the Earth? You see what I'm saying? Like looking at the sky and looking at the moon and looking at the sun, that's kind of like looking at the lights in your ceiling. How does that help you measure the floor?
Oh, okay, right. So, Eratosthenes had to assume that the sun was really far away for him not to be proving the flat Earth, right? And the reason that was given for, like, in the ancient world, which he would have been around for that time, because was that because of parallax, we had known that the sun had to be really far away, so it couldn't be this close sun on a flat Earth.
Okay. We're talking about the sun again. What I'm talking about is the surface of the Earth. So who has measured the surface of the Earth from the Earth?
Well, indirectly, Eratosthenes did, but directly, no one. No one got out a ruler and measured the Earth. I mean, obviously, duh, right?
No one has done this.
Yeah, no one's done that.
Okay. So how do we know? How do you know the Earth? How do you know the oceans are bending if no one's actually measured that? Doesn't that seem like very practical? If we're on the Earth, why not measure the Earth from the Earth? Why do we have to measure it? Why do we have to look up in the sky to figure out what we're on? Doesn't that seem to be a very reasonable question?
Yeah, of course it does.
Bending, well, let's get out and measure that thing, right? So you just said nobody has ever measured it, but in the beginning when you were talking to Dave, you said you're certain that you're standing on a spinning ball, and then you tell us.
Oh, I'm absolutely standing on a spinning ball. But yeah, continue. Sorry.
Then you said no one has ever measured it. So is that a belief, or is that is that a knowledge you have, or is that a belief you have?
It's sorry, I have an illness right now. It's fucking.
If you didn't know what size shoe you wore because you never measured your foot, and you just went to the store every time and picked a random size, would you know how big your foot was? Would you know what size shoe you wore?
You could go down to the corner and ask the village idiot to give you a theory about your shoe size, and he could give you a theory, and you would have just as much proof as the globe Earth does.
I mean, I'm gonna say theory for now because I'm too. Yeah, come in, man. What's up?
So I got a question for you. Hold on, I got a question for you. Since you basically conceded that there were no direct measurements, only indirect measurements.
Oh yeah,
so
obviously. I completely.
If we were to do a direct measurement, we should be able to find curvature, right?
Yeah, 1 second. I think we're slipping away from the main point. I just want Ball Kicker to finish up his point, just so that the gentleman can actually see what's happening here with the ball Earth. So if you can, Ball Kicker, please tie it up, because I just want him to understand that there isn't an answer to this. So go ahead, sir.
Your name is what's your name? Corpuscle?
Oh yeah. What's up?
That's cool. All right. So what I feel like I'm trying to help you to see here is that you have a belief that the Earth is curving, but you don't have the knowledge that you originally stated that you have that the Earth is curving. Because no matter how big the Earth is, no matter how tiny those creatures are that are on that spinning ball, if they know geometry and they have tape measures, they can measure that ball. You said no one's ever done that.
Yeah, no. As far as I know, no one's ever got out like a tape measure or nothing and measured the Earth. I mean, if they have, I don't know about it.
That's what we're saying is we're just asking who did it, how did he do it. We'd like to, duplicate his methods. So what I'm trying to help you to see here is it a certain knowledge that you have that the oceans are bending, or is it a belief?
If by knowledge you mean like going out and experimenting and seeing for yourself that it must be that way, then obviously no, because I ain't done no experiments like that.
I didn't mean just you. I meant, can you cite anyone who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth, told us how he did it, so that we can go duplicate his methods? That's science, No, I'm not saying you had to do it. Just who did it?
I already said no one's gone directly measured it.
So would you agree? Would it be fair of me to say that you don't have a knowledge that oceans are bending, but rather a belief that the oceans are bending?
As soon as you're done, Ball Kicker, kick it over to Martoth so he can type his point.
Yeah. No. Hey Matthew, can you eat that outside, please? I'm trying to concentrate and you're eating super loud. Thanks. We're both ill. My bad. Sorry, but you're completely right. I ain't got no knowledge of that shit. It's all just belief. It's a belief.
Yeah, that was all I wanted. That was all I wanted to try and see if we could agree on. All right, brother.
Martoth, go ahead, sir.
Martoth, go for it, bro.
Well, I wanted to ask him, because since he basically conceded that there weren't any direct measurements, only indirect measurements. So if we were to do a direct measurement, then surely we should get the result that Earth is curving, right?
Yeah, I get, yeah.
All right, fair enough. Because there have been like, well, what I would consider a direct measurement, many of them, and they get the result that there's no curvature. So, one of the methods is basically you use a laser. So you put it at 6 foot height, you shine it at a certain distance, and eventually it should be diverging more and more from the surface, right? The surface is curving down away from. So you should not be able to like hit targets at 10 miles, 20 miles at the beach whatsoever. But they actually did this, and they were able to hit targets at multiple distances. So that's an issue, right? So like this is really the problem, because like we have an observation that the Earth is flat and motionless, and then they say, well, no, it's actually a spinning globe, and here are these indirect measurements. It's like, okay, well, what about some direct measurements? We try to measure it directly, and we get a result that doesn't match what they're claiming. So that means we have an issue, right?
Bro, I already got off the video game. Like, you could literally check my Discord. It shows I ain't playing nothing. What?
Yeah, it's all good. I mean,
he called me like
Corpse
call me
School.
Div, bro, stop. Like,
Let me jump in here real quick, Corpse School. I think what happens is because people usually come in here with the intent to troll, and they come in here hot on the mic. So it's no slight to you, man. Just people are used to people poking fun at this. So maybe you're asking legit questions, and some people sometimes it takes them a while to kind of get used to the person. And believe me, I know I'm hearing you out, man. So what we want everybody is to ask questions, man. Everybody needs to know this at least. We're not going to be here to try to convert you or to a flat earther, but we do want you to hear at least decide to challenge your worldview. So at least that you got that. You know, we don't expect that you're going to be a flat earther overnight, or we're telling you it's going to come in any way. Just, you know, just hear us out for a second, and then you can have your own opinion about it. But yeah. Does anybody else want to chime in? The gentleman came in here asking questions. He was really sure that the Earth was a globe. Ball kicker, I'm kind of tying this up for you guys. Ball kicker came in and showed him that there hasn't been any real measurement of the curvature drop over. So, does anybody else want to ask Corpse School a question?
Well, Miggy, why don't you just take him through the other 2 points, bro?
I can, but the thing about understanding at this point, I think what needs to happen is that we have already talked about curvature, and it seems like there hasn't been a measurement. There's only been assumptions or ideas, maybe theories, as he stated, which is true. There's been ideas about what the globe is. So we have been deceived in that way that there hasn't been any physical evidence, empirical, let's say, of measurements, and people have been doing exhaustive study to find out. So that's what we're presenting to you, Corpse School. But we also want you to be kind of like looking at this in a way that maybe you've never looked at it before. It's kind of funny that people look at us and mock us, but when we ask them certain questions that should demand an answer from like the people who've gave us this information, there isn't one. You can't find one. Like when we talk about measurement of the drop over distance, you know, there should be some measured somewhere. Otherwise, you know, the radius, diameter, and circumference of the Earth being a globe is just an idea, just a theory. And people listen, and people defend it on the daily. So not just like you, but other people, they laugh at it. They're like, dude, that's so freaking stupid. Like, how can people be believing this? But we have a method to actually provide to you that you can actually read yourself. Just saying, like, it's just something like we just want you to at least have an opportunity to think about it differently. Not you know. And what Ball Kicker was talking about is there's 3 pillars to the Earth. The first one is the curvature, right? There has to be measurable curvature. Just talked to you about that. Second one, that the Earth is on its axis. That means the Earth is spinning on its axis, rotating. You know, of course, they tell us that. And also that the vacuum of space, which they talk about, like, you know, guys flying around in low Earth orbit or rockets to the moon and rovers on Mars, all that kind of stuff, satellites. They tell us that medium that's right above your head is real, right? But so those are the 3 pillars that actually hold up or prop model of the globe. But in every single one of those, like including the first one that they told you, doesn't have any evidence, bro. No evidence whatsoever. I mean, the second one, it's easy, right? Because if I was to tell you, how do you know that the Earth is spinning on its axis? Well, I mean, your immediate answer would probably be day and night. You know, you see the sun moving across the sky and so on, and the stars are moving and whatnot. You'd probably answer that.
Yeah.
That's common. But see, what you soon realize is that when you say, okay, I see stuff moving above my head, you actually start to identify that you don't see the Earth moving, you see other things moving, which is things are in the sky. And that's that's legit, right? You can see the sun moving across east to west. That's for real. But where do we, like the idea that you're moving, like the Earth, has only been planted in your mind. So that's your world. You see it that way. But then if I was to ask you, who's the one that actually verified that the Earth's spinning on its axis, you'd probably point to, the guys in the rockets and going up to space and that. But if I was to tell you, you actually knew this information was proposed a long time ago, way before people went up into quote unquote space, right?
Yeah.
So talking about the Earth was spinning way before. So how did they even know that? just from being on Earth? Because all I can tell and you can tell is that stuff is moving above our heads. So that's the second point, right? That can't be demonstrated from here on Earth. So it's just all of this stuff are ideas that men had and gave it to other people, and now people defend it like vigorously. I mean, the third one is that back in space is next to the pressure air that you and I breathe. That's kind of ridiculous, right? So if you think about a high pressure and a low pressure system, you can demonstrate that. Like if I blow air in a balloon, there's high pressure inside that balloon, right? But if I let go of the air rushes out into any and all directions. That's just natural. It's a natural law. It happens that way all the time. If I have a high pressure and a low pressure, there needs to be a container that separates the high pressure and low pressure, or there needs to be a system that is able to give that low and pressure system kind of a balance. So like this Earth that you live on has pressure in it, like the air that you and I breathe. So we look at that, and the only way that you can have pressure is if you have a container. Now I'm not talking about the shape of what is contained, but what I mean is that there needs to be a container. So in order for you to have pressure here on Earth, you can't say gravity, because if I was to tell you, okay, well, if gravity is containing the air pressure, then you can demonstrate that here on Earth easily. You can say, okay, I'm gonna go over here in this corner, and I'm gonna put a bunch of air right here in the middle of nowhere, and it's gonna get a lot of pressure right there. And you wouldn't be able to do it because gravity doesn't hold anything. But yet that's what they're telling you, that's holding the air inside of Earth. It's ridiculous, because the natural law would tell you if you let go of that balloon nozzle, all the air would rush out from the high pressure to low pressure. That's called entropy. That's what happened. Hot always moves to cold. High pressure moves to low pressure always. That's natural law. It happens always. They tell us that the vacuum of space is adjacent to the pressure air that you and I breathe, right? So you have a high pressure within the Earth contained system, and then you have the low pressure of the vacuum of space. But if that were actually reality, the air would rush out into any and all available space to occupy the space where the low pressure is. That's natural law. That's exactly what would happen, because we see that demonstrated here on Earth. These are the natural physics that work here on Earth. So we know that if that was the case, that nothing's containing the air that's here on Earth, then everything would rush out into any and all available, because that's what happens when you have a high pressure on Earth and a low pressure next to each other without a container. When you let go of the nozzle of the balloon, once again, air rushes out always. So that gravity's not holding it down. These are ideas that are being given to you because you live on a spinning globe Earth. So back to the first point, which was talked about when Ball Kicker told you there was no measurable curvature. And it kind of like got you to think just a little bit, right? It's like, all right, fine. I don't know if anybody got a measuring tape and did that, because that's a good way to put it. Nobody's ever talked to you about the Earth being measured. They've only talked to you about these numbers that are calculated, which is a 3959 radius. And you know what I mean? Like, but how did they come up with those numbers? They didn't tell you that. So you're left to be like, basically they make these people all over the world defend a point that they have no argument against. You know what I mean? So when truth comes along, people start to make you think about like and challenge you on the point. It's like, man, I don't know how to defend this. Some guy made it up, or maybe some scientist. No, I don't know anything, and you belittle yourself because you try to make yourself like you don't know. And my brother, you're intelligent. You are. So I don't want to. You like don't ever feel like you don't know anything. It's just they wrong information, and that's how it is, man. This world, it gives you the wrong information. It's up to you to decide how to have discernment and figure things out. But like I mentioned to you before, I mean, you could take the other option, right? Walk away from the conversation. Like, man, screw these guys, man. They're crazy. All I would ask you is just, man, just do a little bit of digging into it. Just look at the information and see where it goes. You know, like I mean, if we're all liars, if we're just some meme on the internet, it'll die out. But if
I don't think y'all are liars.
Well, no, I meant like, but the thing is, we do it because we're passionate about caring about our fellow man. Because, bro, like people been dogged on about like being stupid, and like there's a hierarchy going on in this world where the little guy. I mean, if you're not born with a silver spoon and you're not up there with the rich, man, we all have to work for everything we got. But they teach us what school and all the knowledge that we receive, and they teach us not to ask questions and be curious. And when we do, they belittle us, man. And see, they make other people become those, like you guys, whoever knows about the globe, start policing their own people, like to not be curious. You know what I'm saying? Like if people start talking about like, man, look, man, the earth might be something other than what they told us. And you hear the peers going like, man, you stupid, man. What, you don't believe in science now? And it's like, dude, it has nothing to do with science. When we talk about measurement, it has like, it's not a how and why question. That would be science. Natural science, observable phenomena, like something that's happening, that's science. What we talk about is, strict measurement. You know what I'm saying? Like that's like, man, look, go and measure that drop over distance. And if you come up with something, you would shut this whole thing down real quick. None of us would have nothing to say. You know what I mean? Like that would be that would be it. But that's the point. You know what I'm saying? That's the point. Nobody's ever done it. So, and anyways, bro, like, I mean, yeah, if you got any more questions, because like the thing is, we're here to kind of educate people on like how to critically think for themselves. That's the main point, man. This thing is a psychological whammy, and it's on you right now. If you're gonna allow it to consume you, bro, for the rest of your life, you just accept everything these jokers are telling you for the rest of your life. But it's like this one time in this like moment, you can actually start to say, you know what? Let me just start to think for myself and see if this thing checks out. Man, these guys might be onto something or might not. I don't know. But so, I mean, I just want to leave you with that because like it sucks. You know what I mean? Like you come in, everybody like that comes in here, like when they start talking about like, man, you guys are dumb. Everybody on our side, like the people that are already like looking into this, they get like upset. You know, they start saying, oh man, this guy's a troll. You know, like he must not know what he's talking about. And that's why you get all that hate, man. It's just because of that. Because we're up against this shit every day, bro. And like people come in here and fight us on the tooth and nail, but we stand our ground. We're like, man, look into it, you know?
No, I get what you mean. I have some beliefs that have literally lost me friends as well. Some people just don't want to change, bro. Fuck.
Yeah, but I'm saying like the only thing you can do is just talk to them dudes, right? Like, man, though you're not gonna like you're not gonna tell them some bomb knowledge. They're gonna be like, oh man, I got you. They're just like, dude, you crazy, man. Look, what's up? Like, and man, just look into it. I'm just saying, like, it's gonna matter to you, like, once you realize. But other than that, man, like, there's nothing more than we can do. All we're gonna do is just leave that knowledge on your doorstep, man. It's up to you to pick up that gift.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So even if we, say that 8 inches per mile squared and flat Earth and all that.
Yeah.
You still think chemistry is a real science, though, right? Because like that shit's you can do experiments like in real life with that.
Yeah, we're talking about like what real science is, bro, and what pseudoscience is. There's a difference. Because if I can tell you a story about what that star is up in the sky and about what it's made of, and I haven't even tested that shit, what does that sound like I'm doing to you, man? I'm feeding you a story and you believe in it, bro. And then you just taking it on as like, man, you know what that thing is up there? That's a red planet. And I'm like, dude, how do you know? Like, who's been, when this robot is on there, it's like, come on, man. Like, all that stuff, like, they make you believe this crazy stuff, you know? But yeah, like chemistry, like stuff you can natural science, bro. That's real. You can operate on a level where everybody's doing real science, and that's what we're telling people. It's like there is a difference between pseudoscience, the stuff you can't even know about. They're just telling you to believe, and you know, like these guys are they're the bad ones. You know what I'm saying? They're the ones that are making people believe this nonsense. That's my whole thing in life, dude. I learned about it 8 years ago. I was like, I vowed that I wouldn't let nobody else be taken by this. At least I'm gonna do my damnedest. You know what I'm saying? To snatch people out of this fire, man. Because everybody's just like going through life and they're just like, yeah, man, I don't care. I go to work tomorrow. Who cares if the earth is flat or round? But I'm like, bro, if they deceive you on this one thing that you're standing on, you experience the earth every day. You walk outside. Man, how are they going to tell you the earth is moving? Well, you don't experience it. Your five senses don't tell you nothing's moving. Yet they're telling you, oh, man, this thing is moving. But you don't feel it, right? Because it's like you're on a real smooth ride. And they make all this nonsense up. And then we just like, we absorb it because they're scientists or they're whatever they claim they are. And we regurgitate it like we know something. And it's like, bro, you don't know anything because all we're doing is parroting. And so once you realize that, you get out of that mode and you're just like turning it on them. All right, man. So I'm going to ask those guys a question, and they need to answer me because you guys are the ones that taught me this. So that's when it becomes real. And then you find out those guys don't have the answers. Bro, I'll tell you, man, the PhDs, like these so-called astrophysicists, they come into this server, they get smashed, man. They don't even know how to answer us. They'll tell us, well, you know, when we talk about the sun, we'll tell you what our best guess is. I'm like, bro, your best guess? We got fools running around here talking about what the sun is, and you're telling me that's the best guess, and you're an authoritative figure. You're supposed to be knowing what you're talking about. And when you tell those guys, you're educating them, you're supposed to be giving them understanding that they'll be able to prove it to someone else. But when you're telling us that you're telling them it's a best guess, and these cats over here running around talking about, man, the sun's a ball of burning gas. And it's like, bro, who's coming up with this nonsense, and why are you parroting it? It's like nobody knows. But yet everybody's talking about it like it's something to say. You know, like, I don't know. I just, man, look, I heard like the honesty in your voice, so I'm just trying to reach out to you, bro. But like I said, you know, however, you know what I'm saying? However it goes, man, that's up to you, bro. Like that's.
Hey, Miggy.
Yeah.
I respect your energy, man.
Yeah, bro, man, look, man, I've been doing this for so long, man. These guys, I hate this shit. They've been putting these people down, bro. Like they got my people locked up in their minds, man. It's a prison for your mind. And the only thing is, like, nobody's saying anything about it, man. You got two sides right now. You got the pseudoscience side telling you about all this nonsense bullshit, and you got the people working on the reality side who's like, dude, you experience this stuff, man. Go check it out. Why are these fools telling us all this nonsense? I'm gonna give you a straight answer for that. It's control, brother. They want your mind. If they got you, they got you. Oh man, you know, we're running out of resources and shit. We're running out of the asteroids coming to strike Earth. In about 12 years, we're gonna all die. And everybody's got it encapsulated by fear, man. They're running around talking about like, man, Earth's gonna die. We need to get off this rock. I'm like, bro, who's saying all this nonsense? Why you got people running around scared and whatnot? But I'm like, nah, screw that shit, man. Like this, we've been doing this for like whoever knows how long. You know what I mean? Like people been on this earth, never destroyed it. I mean, we can damage a little bit of, you know, like in war and whatnot, but we're doing it to ourselves, man. We're fighting in wars, bro. They're giving us guns and we're shooting our neighbors. You know what I'm saying? Like this is the idea and the reasoning behind all of this control, brother. And they're gonna continue to keep us down in the dirt if you allow them to, until we break free. So the thing that Duke, I'm on like a preaching style right now because
dude. What happened this morning, man? Damn,
bro. I've seen it.
Street Miggy right now.
I've seen it happen, bro. I've seen the fear in my eyes, man.
Really?
You know what I mean? And
man,
like,
I'm feeling you, dude. I'm really feeling you today.
Well, I agree with you, man. With this whole
today.
thing, we really are destroying the planet for each other. Like, bro, even in war, people would literally poison the fucking wells, ruin good drinking water just to hurt someone else.
Yeah, but who's sending us on those marching orders, bro? You know what I'm saying? While they're sitting back, you know what I'm saying, in their office, you're over there running around throwing grenades and shooting down folks, man. And Who comes back after all that war, all beat up and torn up and missing limbs and whatnot, and then comes back to a people that don't like them? You know what I'm saying? And then and they're back talking about, man, we need more people out there and shoot some more. Like, man, we need to get along with our neighbors. You know, like that's a better world, but they don't want that, man. So I'm telling you, from that kind of idea, you know, fighting wars and whatnot, to like the idea that you're on some kind of spinning space rock that's floating around in a galaxy. So they got your mind just like they got this grip on you, man. And as much as they got a grip on you, like that thing is like they can tell you whatever they want.
But I agree completely, man. I agree completely. Governments are evil, man. They got you fucked up with wars, police, fucking like debt, all that shit.
But I'm just saying, man, like with the information, man, just go look. That's it, you know, because I mean that's all we can do. Like other than that, people are gonna be kind of up in arms about like somebody coming in here sound like a troll and stuff. But I'm like, I heard when I was listening to you, there's something about it, man. I was like, no. This guy, there's something to him, man. He got something. Like I know he might be a little against it right now, but that's only because he's been so much like hit with all that nonsense. But you know, at the end of the day, whenever you go to bed, that nonsense is either going to be nonsense or what we're saying is nonsense, but you're going to decide for yourself, you know? Not them guys who force it down your mind, you know? Anyway, I appreciate you, bro, coming in. It takes courage, you know what I'm saying, to get on the mic.
Yeah, thanks.
But I'm gonna chill now because I'm gonna let the Flat Earf family kind of, they want to pop in here.
Welcome.
Yeah, Corpus. I just want to say I appreciate you too, man. Actually answering questions, bro. Being honest, cool beans, man.
I like beans.
Beans, the magic fruit. The more you eat, the more you toot. Question for you, man. Has anyone pointed you to the Earth curve calculator yet?
Yeah, someone said about it, so I started drawing circles.
So if you, I like to just tell people, because it's an easy way. You don't have to like be like, hey, I'll send you a link. You can just say, go to Google, type in Earth curve calculator, second link down, use that link, punch in your distance, say 100 kilometers. That way you'll have it in your mind's eye that you will see once it gives you that number of what your depression should be for the curve. Because again, they give us the mathematics. We can run a quick check on it and realize that check doesn't check out in real life. Something to do. You can like keep it in your pocket. It's a quick reference guide, hand it to friends and stuff like that.
Good morning, guys. Good afternoon, evening, wherever it is for you.
What's up, Dave?
Not too much, just chilling. Just wanted to give a shout out over there on YouTube. They think it's a repeat.
So wait, Dave, did you are you hosting the new or hosting the channel right now?
Hosting it? What do you mean?
Somebody's hosting it on YouTube right now, which is awesome.
That's not the one Helio does?
No. I'll throw up the link in a sec.
Yeah, it came back on this morning.
Yeah, I noticed it was down.
My bad, homies. Sorry, guys. My bad.
I noticed
Has
it was
anyone
down.
here ever had meningitis?
No, but it sounds awful.
Yeah, a lot of salt water. Have you been using salt water to gargle?
No, I don't have meningitis. I just feel like I might because my head's gonna fucking explode.
Yeah, but that stuff's caught up in your throat. What I'm saying to you is, whenever you feel a tickle in your throat, right? That's all that phlegm and crap. Use some warm water, put some salt in, gargle with it 3-4 times. Do that a couple times a day to help keep that stuff out of the inflammation out of your throat. It'll help to kill the bacteria. We're not a doctor, medical consultation, anything like that. Yeah, this is not medical advice. This is just what I've personally found that has worked for me. But yeah, warm salt water, gargle with it.
Would gargling alcohol help?
If you want to mess up the taste of your alcohol,
you gotta down 2 bottles of aftershock.
What's going on, Flatty?
What's happening?
Wait, where did Mickey go?
He's always here.
I miss Miggy.
No, that was a great speech, really. I can see why somebody on YouTube maybe thought it was recorded, but you know, the flow of it and you know, the meaning, really well said.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's just me. I do stuff on the fly. I mean, I the energy that I was feeling from this gentleman, I'm like, no, he's genuine, man. Like, I just feel like sometimes people think others come off as trolls. I got like a discernment. I know when somebody's being genuine. It's different from like the troll vibe. The troll vibe, I catch it. But this guy, at least I heard some honesty. I'm like, nah, hold up. You know, like this, you can't draw your sword yet, man. This guy right now, you got to give him a chance. You know, whether or not he's sounding like he's genuine, like I heard it. So, you know what I'm saying? When I hear that, it's like, nah, man, we got to give it our best shot at least. So, you know.
Rude.
Absolutely. But yeah, we get kind of like that now, just because, you know, for some of us that are here every day, you know, you see the trolls come in. But yeah, you definitely sound genuine. And
do you think there'll ever be like a flat Earth country? Like if everyone in the Earth just came together?
there is a Flat Earth city.
Yeah, I don't. I usually I'm a realist, so that means like I understand like what reality and like all this stuff. I think we might take a few people out of like that whole mindset, but overall, man, these elites they got us outnumbered, bro. Like for sure. I think we can do a lot of you know, I guess changing of the minds and hearts, but overall, we're probably not gonna do it. I mean, we're gonna have ourselves like our community, but it's never gonna get like overwhelmingly the majority. Probably won't ever do that. I'm being real though.
If there was enough flat earthers in one place to make a country, y'all could have your own education system, you know.
Yeah, we talk about stuff like that. I actually am an advocate. I'm like, I really want to get past this because you know those 3 points that I just gave you were like they're pillars of the globe that don't have an answer to them. And I tell everybody that comes in there, I'm like, all right, we need to get to the point where we're not ever talking about this no more. We're moving to the next phase, which is like what you're talking about, you know, establishing a place where we're getting real knowledge out, where people actually are working applied science to like what the Earth is really doing instead of this nonsensical idea of like gravity and all that stuff. And I'm telling you that, man, because check it out. With the globe, everything's tied into the idea of radius because they told us that ever expanding cosmos, right? Like there's gravity, there's little gravity clumps, and everything that's clumping up into a ball creates like a planet or a star or whatever. And in order for like this planet to exist, gravity would have to be there before everything to clump everything together, right? So everything was clumped together in a ball, and it turned into like the globe Earth. Well, we talk about curvature. That's the first point that we bring up. If you measure drop over distance, which is the curvature of the Earth, then it becomes a reality that you're living on a sphere of whatever set radius that they give us, right? So that's the idea that since you have a radius that you've measured, then of course it's a globe just like they said. And you know, we tell people too, it's like, man, look, if it measures curvature, it's curvature. We're not going to deny, you know, truth and reality, but it never has. There is no drop over distance, man. We talking about like within the metrics that the globe give us, like 3959 radius, 24,901 miles diameter. Like none of that stuff checks out. Like there's a whole bunch of like things that they tell you about, like why you can't see it. It's probably a bigger ball. You got to go higher. But like what I'm saying is, man, who derived this information? Because yeah, you can say all that nonsense, but somebody measured it. Who? No one. Because we ain't finding nobody yet. Not even like some people like hold out hope. They're like, man, I'm gonna be on the fence and I'm gonna wait for that one scientist somewhere in academia that's gonna come and save me and be like, man, I got the keys to the knowledge, man. Here it is. That has never happened. We challenge those fools every day. Nobody's got the answer. So what we're doing now is we're putting that to the test. We're like, okay, so you got no radius. There is no gravity, because if there was gravity clumping everything into a ball, then you would have measured drop over distance for sure. without a doubt. Then it would be a ball. Gravity would be hitting on this ball, X, Y, and Z, right? But then you got no gravity because you didn't have radius. You didn't have a ball that got clumped together like the way they exclaimed it did. So you got no ball, you got no gravity. Furthermore, any other thing they come up with, right? Like Coriolis working on a globe. Well, you don't have a globe, just like we mentioned before. There was no measured curvature. So it's like we call it a presupposition. People have to presuppose that the Earth is a ball to talk about gravity, to talk about Coriolis. Every other globe nonsense that they tell you, you got to have that ball, that radius that they talk about. Well, since it hasn't been measured, we're working off these ideas that it already is a globe. So, man, there's gravity. Nah, that's nonsense. We got to provide evidence that it is a globe to have that idea that the derivative topic of gravity can come up. But that, like I'm saying, that never even, I don't entertain that, because why am I going to talk about something that doesn't exist? First of all, we didn't even provide evidence that the Earth had measured curvature. Why am I going to talk about what gravity is or is not doing? That's like, let me talk about a fantasy that's happening right now. Because why? What merit does it have? They talk about gravity being the weakest force. Even electrostatics is stronger. So, there's a lot more things that we can do on Earth to show us that the forces that are around us can be quantified. You can operate in the realm. Like if you comb your hair and you open your faucet and you run that comb next to that faucet, the electrostatics in that comb will pull that water it will make it like curve a little bit. But because of electrostatics, it has nothing to do with no gravity. But the gravity is what they're saying is working upon this Earth to make it what it is. So we're working with actual real forces that you can quantify and test and work with real science, not something that they're telling you is a made-up idea or concept that is bending and warping space and time. Bro, I'm telling you, this is straight up nonsense, and they're telling you to believe in this. So just like any religion, people are believing it without any question. They're just like, yeah, man, yeah, that's true. Because some scientists running around out there, and then these crazy guys running around here telling us that stuff, you question them, they're like, what is gravity? We don't know. Next question. They leave you left holding the bags, bro. You're the one over here defending globe Earth. Meanwhile, they don't know the answer. But yet, they got all the people that they gave this knowledge to defending it like they know something. And that's what gets us upset. It's like, man, we're trying to tell you, make this like, because I'm a realist, right? Make this a reality. Go out and do it. If it's a globe, it's a globe for sure, 100%. But you got to be able to verify it. And once that happens, everybody's on board. There's no question. But it doesn't happen that way, man. All these ideas don't check out. And so a lot of people are in this debate, kind of like it's a debate. I'm like, man, there is no debate. If you want to have a debate, there needs to be a standard for that debate. The standard is, the claim is that the Earth is spinning. I don't feel it spinning, but they're saying it's spinning. So that's the claim. They're telling us it's a globe. I don't see no globe. I mean, as high as they go in an airplane or whatever, I don't see any curvature. Damn sure don't measure it. So when that happens, it's like, okay, they want you to believe so much so that they're convincing fools, man. Just like the school system. What do, man? As soon as you go into like a pre-kinder or whatever, the teacher's got a little globe. She's telling kids, where do you live? And she's spinning that thing around, and little kids are pointing to it. They're hammering this nonsense into our minds even before critical thought is even a thing. So even before you can actually start to decipher what is right and what is wrong, they're already telling you live on a globe, man. We don't have a chance. Like, nobody does. Like, we're all being taught this nonsense without any question. And what happens is, in this religion, it becomes something that people defend, like, vehemently. Some people get so mad that you don't believe in science, quote unquote, that they'll go to no end to like belittle you, and all you're doing is asking questions. You're like, man, I'm just asking you, has anybody checked it out? Have you? No, like, be real. Who's looked into it? Who's checked it? Who's measured it? Yeah, tape measure. Let's go. Who's did an actual measurement? And when I talk about measurement, and we're talking about like what we do a line of sight test. So basically it's simple, right? You go to like a beach area where there's a good enough like water over the like a beach, and you can see something. Maybe look down the beach. I would say good 5, 10, 15 miles. I would say 10 to 15 is the sweet spot. And then bust out the earth curve calculator, which we didn't do. There's an earth curve calculator you can pull up. It'll tell you how much curvature there should be between point A, where you should be standing, to point B, where the thing in the far distance is. And when you do the measurement, right, you get your elevation height from whatever height you're on, like maybe get some optics, right? Possibly binoculars or high-powered camera, whatever. But the thing that you see in the far distance, if it's visible, well, on the globe Earth, it says that you shouldn't be able to see it due to the fact that curvature would be obstructing your view. So the thing is, when we actually see the thing in the distance, it obliterates the idea that curvature exists. Because if it's possible to see the thing that's in the far distance without curvature obstructing your view, then curvature doesn't exist. There is no measured curvature because we're actually providing evidence that the Earth isn't curving. Otherwise, there'd be Earth curvature in the way of what you see in line of sight. Line of sight wouldn't even be a thing. It would be like, man, you could see like up until where the curvature starts, and then you can't see past that. But that never happens. So we're, like I said, with all this test that we've been doing, because like people everywhere have been doing this, they get into this topic. I leave them with some information. I'm like, look, go somewhere and do a line of sight test. Go, like I said, a body of water, and then see if you can see something. Try to find something that's in, like maybe an oil rig or like something in the water, a buoy, like this bobbing. If you can see the far distance and you can measure from where you're at to where that thing is, and you get like a nice, measured distance from point A, which is where you're at, and then you do a line of sight test. You get elevation height, how high you are. Bust out that earth curve calculator that's online. Somebody might put it in live stream voice text, which no flat earther done that. There was what's that guy's name that done that the globe earth calculator? Mick West, I think his name was Mick West. He designed it. He's total glober, but yeah, he did that so people that were arguing this topic would have something to look at. So he did that. He designed it. So it works for like the equation of like the globe using the radius and all that. So it uses all of the metrics of the globe Earth. So it's like the thing that's needed for people to actually extract how much curvature there should be. So he's given that to everyone. So anyways, use that thing. And within the line of sight test, using elevation, the known distance between you and the thing you see in the far distance, then you start to realize, all right, so now I know from where I'm at to where I'm looking at in the far distance, that thing should be there or shouldn't. And then you punch in those numbers. Voila, man. You start to realize none never checks out. Never, never, never. You're never going to get curvature between you and a thing in the far distance, bro. It never happens. So I'm giving you the sauce right now because we've all done it. But since it's a journey of self-exploration, I actually want you to try it out. Like, just to see that we're not just fibbing you or just like blowing smoke at you, man. Because like that's not. Well, there's no need for me to be doing that. So I don't care.
There's not a need for a replacement educational system at this point. You just have to, Coffer, just examine what they've given you already, and the absurdity of the modern academia thing. It exposes itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Modern academia is absurd.
That's the only thing, man. Like, so line of sight test is a definite way that you can extract objective reality. Either there's going to be curvature blocking your view of the thing in the far distance, or there isn't. That's point blank. That's like me telling you, tomorrow, me and you're going to go to where this mound of dirt is. When you walk over that hill, one day I'm going to be able to see you, and one day I can't. Like that's reality's never going to be like that. Every time you walk over that hill, I'm not going to be able to see you because there's a mound of dirt in the way. But that's what they say with Earth curvature. If that curvature is in the way, you can't see the thing in the far distance. It's never going to be like one day you can, one day you can't. That's not how reality works, man. Like if there's an obstruction in your view, you won't be able to see past that, especially if it's Earth curve. But that's what they say is happening with the Earth. Sometimes you can see something, sometimes you can't. You can see farther. I'm like, bro, that's not Earth curve then. If it's working like where you one day can see it and one day you can't. Because in reality, you would be able to see somebody walk over a hill of dirt. I mean, that's an obstruction. So is the Earth curve. And, we take it to the level to where it makes it real for the person to actually make it tangible. So it's not just something that we're telling you. It's like, hey, man, believe us because we're flat Earth. It's like, hell nah. Like, it's got to make sense. Like, and where you can tell other people, yeah, come with me to this place. We're gonna find out if there's curvature or not, so that you can give them something to work with. Versus you just telling them, man, now it's flat. I was in a Discord server, and them guys were like spitting knowledge or whatever. You know, that's what we try to give people the tools to do it. But yeah, that's how you can know for yourself. Like without us like giving you some words, and then you'd be like, oh, that guy sounds legit, or maybe not. Like, but yeah, that's the line of sight test. We don't the vocabulary they've given, like people are talking about, like when they say experiment, that brings it, like we always talk about the Socratic method, which is like how you use your language, right? Your vernacular. So when you start talking about like experiment, right? Well, that's observing a natural phenomena. You know, it's a how and why question. You want to know the cause of the effect. That's going to operate on a different level. It's not to deal with measurement. So you don't do science when you're doing a measurement. So some people say, well, are you going to go do an experiment? No. This ain't an experiment. An experiment is something of when you're observing a natural phenomena and you're trying to find out the cause of the effect. This isn't that. I'm measuring. So a measurement test is when you're going out somewhere like what I'm telling you and doing a line of sight test. That's all it is. So the vernacular is important, because when you start talking to people from the mindset of the globe, they're going to be like, oh, so how many experiments did you do? Like, I didn't do any, bro. Like, I'm talking about just line of sight test, just a measurement. So that's what we do. We want to maybe educate some people on the vernacular, make sure they're using the correct words versus what the globe has taught you, man, that, you know, all along how to speak. So, yeah, just some things to think about if you're going to actually attempt to do this. But that's what I would say, man. If you're gonna hit the ground running, or if you're gonna do it, if not, like, you know how. So,
yeah.
I mean, if you have any questions, like if you run into problems, they're like, no, like, what did you say about what I need to do? And you just come in here, we'll tell you. Like, it'll work. You can work through it. And most of all, you could peer review it. You can bring the information, show it to us, like how you came up with whatever. And you know what? If you say you found curve or whatever, like, bring that information in here. Let's talk about it. You know, we'll see what you did, and because we're all about like making sure that everybody's like doing things the right way, and we're just not like fudging things, you know, just to kind of have a biased approach. Like, oh, I want to know that the Earth is flat, I'm gonna go do a line of sight test. No, we're like, no. If there's any curvature there, like as they claim there would be when you do a line of sight test, for sure, 100%, without a doubt. So that's what we want to like let people know, is like this whole reality that you're in is something that can be used as applied science. You can actually go and do things with everything around you. You know, you have to feel like these guys wanting to make you feel like you don't know what you're talking about, man. Let the scientists speak. It's like, man, bro, they have never done it. Those guys who claim to be pseudoscientists, those guys who are running around talking about all kinds of ideas, that's different than the ones who are really doing science. It's like they give science a bad name. Like, that has nothing to do with people actually, you know, doing things for the betterment of like people. Like, because I know there's scientists that are really into like chemistry and like all this stuff. They're really working with like stuff. Like this stuff over here, they got ideas, bro. Like they ain't got nothing to offer you. So yeah, that's kind of like the standard right now for us to talk to people about like going to do something. Check it out. Anyway, if you've got any questions or whatever, like, definitely, man. Like,
nah, bro, you gave me so much to think about already.
Yeah, but I appreciate it, man. Like, yeah, I really like. I know you might be busy or whatever, man. Because I don't want to take but I get on it, man. Because like I don't want to miss any opportunity. Like, you know what I'm saying, to at least the opportunity. You know what I'm saying, for the challenge. And then, if it makes sense or it turns up something, that's great, man. Like I'm just gonna try to keep spitting as much as I can while I'm still alive, you know what I mean? While I'm still doing it.
Of course, exactly. Because once you're dead, you ain't saying a word.
That's it, man. You're done. You know, pants down. You know what I'm saying?
You know, I believe that even when our bodies die, we live on for our influence in other people and things. metaphorically, of course.
Yeah, bro. Everybody goes on a spiritual journey too, so that's a whole other topic. But the physical reality, that should be something we shouldn't question. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, like, we hear people that come in from that side, they're abused, man, with this information. They're like, well, we can't even know anything 100%. That's what science tells us. I'm like, man, that's a damn lie. I'm gonna tell you right now. Are you sitting down? Are you talking on Discord? Well, we don't know if we're talking on Discord. I'm like, bro, that's an idiotic, that kind of nonsense that they're putting in people right now. They don't even know which way is up. They're talking about, they don't even know if they're talking on Discord. You know, like I tell them, I'm sitting down right now. Like I would say things like that. I'm like, I know 100% I'm sitting down. No, you can't know that for sure. I'm like, what the hell you mean I can't know that for sure? I'm going to tell you right now, I'm sitting right down. Like, what you mean I'm not sitting down? Like, well, you might be sitting down. You might not. Like, this is the kind of, that's why people, they argue from a standpoint of ignorance, bro. Like, they're just this information that these guys have got you on, man. It's just, it's not.
In the future, I vote to have more Street Miggy on the microphone. Street Miggy is awesome.
Oh wait, he's in the street right now?
Nah, I can't.
Like, if you were here yesterday or the days before, you would get Studio Miggy, which has a very powerful microphone, has a bit of an echo set to it, so he's in his prime when he's there. But when he's, this is the first time I've ever heard him just out in the out in the world, so to speak, and he's just getting all kinds of facts right now.
When he's in the studio, he's sounding scrumptious, and when he's in the street, he's sounding tenacious.
I don't know about scrumptious, but
hey man, I don't know about.
Man, bro. Miggy, you are scrumptious, brother.
That's what she said.
I don't know about scrumptious. I don't know that, but he definitely has a different studio vibe than he does on the street vibe. That's for sure.
Well, even if Miggy don't taste good, I bet the food he makes does. You know, people who think a lot make good food. I mean, that's a theory of mine.
Bro, dude, don't even. You're tripping, man, because that's what I did earlier, bro. I was cooking up a storm. Like I made some like bomb ass stroganoff. I was doing that right before I came.
Wait, stroganoff, is that pasta, whatever, with gravy or some shit?
Wait a minute, that's not Mexican.
No. Check it out. No, look. Let me just drop another knowledge bomb on you guys. I'm definitely not into those carbos, man. I'm all carnivore. So I'm carnivore, man. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm on the carnivore diet. So
what kind of stroganoff is carnivore stroganoff? I've never heard of that, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell
that's the kind with meat. That's kind with meat in it, you know.
Yeah.
Hey,
it's meat noodles.
A carnivore stroganoff. That would be like meat on top of some meat sprinkled over some meat with some meat sauce made of meat and boiled up with some meat.
Would you like some extra meat flavoring with your meat on your meat?
Look, I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah, he eats all of it off of like a fucking plate that's made out of like a cow bone.
Oh man, look, this thing right here, like I'm telling you right now, this thing will knock your socks off, man. If you think you had good stroganoff just with regular pasta, I'll tell you the stuff. I mean, your eyes roll back. I mean, you think you're having a out of body experience. You know what I mean?
I mean, when you said the eyes roll back, I had a different thing in mind, but sure.
Oh shit! I mean, I'm not gonna put that in my head, but I'm talking about the experience of eating. You know, like. You guys have dirty minds, but nah, it ain't like that.
There's a term for that I copyright. It's called foodgasm.
Well, I like that. Good way to put it. Yeah, it is. It's good.
He's burning my house down. I'm gonna have to go. See you later, guys.
Yeah, Corpse School, man. Hey, come back, bro. Like, we want to hear
from you. Coming by, bro.
No, it actually smells of burning. What the fuck? Bye.
Later.
Hey, all right, later, man. Wow, that was all right. Yeah, you also have a landscape gasm. That's when you look out at the beach and you're only 1 foot above and you see like 50 miles. Landscape gasm. Thanks.
All these technical terms. That's weird.
Technical. I like what Miggy's talking about. Because these people have been bludgeoned, like most of us, with this knowledge. Some of us longer than others, and it's really pretty bad. So I think the way to combat it is exactly the way we're doing. Who knows what if there's an end game? I don't think we're playing on a kind of an end game kind of scenario. It's really hard to say that something would be go all the way one way or another, because look how long these people have been putting this knowledge, or this information, it's not knowledge, putting this information forth without any backing at all.
I don't know. I was having a hard time figuring out if that guy was a troll or not from the very beginning. I was just treating him like he wasn't, but I could understand why people were saying that he was. But Mickey, you have the trolldar, huh? You just know the first they say 3 syllables and you're on it. You know what side of the fence you're on, brother.
Yeah, when the conversation was happening, I do this a lot. I gauge their like question against like what they know, against like how they're saying it. For me, like I've been doing this a while, I can tell if the guy's honest or not. And then like I'm like about 75% sure he wasn't, but when I came in here, I solidified that, because he didn't interrupt, so he was actually listening, which is good. And then I went from there. But go on, Sam.
I was going to say, and at the end of the day, the method that you use, or the style that you use, I would call it that, kind of a style, your own method. It really, at the end of the day, doesn't matter which way they are, right? Like, it really doesn't. Like, if we just approach it like Miggy does, I mean, of course, we're not all Miggy. That would be a weird place. But,
hello, it's me again.
It's hard as me. I'm Miggy too. Will the real Miggy please stand up? Anyway, so yeah, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because the audience heard the whole thing, regardless of whatever stance that person is taking. Yeah, the honest ones are good to get, because they will eventually change their mind if they're honest with themselves. That's my firm belief. And so yeah, but when the audience hears even the ridiculous side of the globe, they're going to go, wow, this is all the globe has. So any way it works out, it works out. It's still good.
I had to go back to in the live and make sure I didn't call Miggy scrumptious. Holy crap. It's like, wait a minute.
Must be a British thing.
A British.
Dude, I ain't trying to call Miggy scrumptious. I'm definitely not trying to do that shit.
That's a highly flavored comment.
Damn, now I'm craving stroganoff. Thanks a lot, bro.
Hey, dude, it's really good. I made it with because I had some chicken drummies in the fridge. So I got
muting you.
I got the meat off the drummies, and then I blended it with like a couple of egg whites with 1 egg yolk, and yeah, that's it. And you just blend it up real smooth, like it looks like baby food, and you just put it over like a pan. But I put parchment paper down so it wouldn't stick to the pan, and then you just flatten it, with the ladles, just to flatten it all out, get a nice area covered, and you throw that into the oven for 12 to 13 minutes. And it comes out like pasta, and then you just roll it up, and then you use a knife and you cut, and you get little strips out of it. And bro, it's just like stroganoff pasta, but without no carbs. Like, because I'm going no carb, I lost like I was like 236, and now I'm like 182. So I've weighed myself this morning. So yeah, I'm doing good, and it's like no carbs is a great way to go. It keeps you healthy. You get muscle mass. Like it's. It's I don't know. It's a lot of benefits from going carnivore, but some vegans might not approve. Although I can sing praises on it, because it's like there's testimonies like the end result of people living longer lives is, adhering to a diet that's no to low carb, which either a keto or carnivore diet. But because I have diabetes that runs in my family, so staying on the low carb diet is exactly the way to go. So it's helping my blood, my fasting blood sugar in the morning when I'm checking it now. I'm like in the normal ranges now. So it's like, I like that. And plus I have energy. It's like, I can tell you all the great things like it actually does, but I don't want to, I'd rather people do research on it because I'm kind of like 1 month in doing research. Like the way I did on Flat Earth, that's what I'm doing now with carnivore.
Wait a minute, you lost 50 pounds in 1 month?
No, it's a little bit more than that. Maybe like 3 or 4 months, but it's been going down. Yeah, it's been going down. But needless to say, like, yeah, it realigns everything, your whole system inside, like your guts, like it gets everything working the way it should. If you have trouble like irritable bowel syndrome, or if there's some ailments that are troubling you right now, I would say this: doing this diet specifically, low carb or no to low carb, will give you the energy and the boost, and it will align. Like if you're chunky, if you're puffy, then it reduces that puffiness. It reduces the chunkiness. Like you start to gain like muscle mass. You start to lose like that fat because your body doesn't store fat. Because when you eat carbs and fat, like let's say you're mixing those two, your body doesn't know what to do with the fat because it's using carbs for energy. So it stores that fat. But when you just have straight fat, when you're only eating fat, it uses fat for energy. So it doesn't have any carbs, so it starts to burn off the fat. So it needs fat. And so when you start supplying it with that, you can start eating a different way. So bacon and eggs in the morning, you know what I mean? Butter, bacon, beef, butter, bacon, and eggs. Some people might have heard that term, but that's legit. Imagine having that as much as you. When you feel stuffed, that's a good time to say, okay, I'm done. And you can go at it like two meals a day. You know, you can do it morning and night, and then just feel good. So it doesn't have to be like where you're counting calories or watching what you eat. It's just eating till you feel good, like what people used to do a long time ago. They ate till they felt good, and they stopped eating. Like they didn't over.
Yeah.
But since
Also,
there's no,
I'm sorry.
Since there's no carbs, like you don't have to worry about like counting calories and all that stuff.
Yeah, I don't eat bread. Like, I'm not fully off the carbs, but I'm really super skinny as is. I have a really hard time actually gaining weight. But I'm about the leanest I've been since I was a teenager right now, because simply by stopping eating meat. I mean, not meat. I eat meat. I'm a carnivore too. By stopping the bread. Yeah, stopping the bread.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy because Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say, now I sporadically eat some carbohydrates, but it's just very seldomly. Like I'll eat, even once in a while I'll have like even fast food, have a burger. It's got white. I never eat anything white flour except for that. I will every now and then, just barely. It's not like it's a standard thing though, where I eat it like once a week or even once a month. Like that'd be like very seldomly, and sometimes I get a sweet tooth and I'll eat some carbs or some sugar or some chocolate, things like that. But it's just sporadic now.
Yeah, what happens is like it's different when your health is at risk. You're a bit more motivated. Like I was, I've seen it on both sides of my family. That type 2 diabetes is like they both, my mom and my dad have it. So I'm in the shooting gallery for that. So I'm like, hell no, dude. Like I'm gonna beat this one way or the other.
Yeah.
So, and like just being on it, like I can see the difference. Even in how you feel, like everything. Just like you could stay alert, more awake. You're not falling asleep because how carbs make you crash and whatnot. Sugar is such a thing, bro. Like it's like sugar and carbs, because carbs turn into sugar also. Whether it's in like I looked at it on all different scales, like. You take a look at fruit, take a look at certain nuts. Like it's a whole, like if I was to tell you about Flat Earth, it's like a whole research that you got to do, like complete. You got to immerse yourself in it to understand like how the body works with all these things that you put in it, and then you start to realize like the proper human diet, like for everyone. But like this is what I've discovered, and that's my journey. But I could only say like some people find the vegan route, or but I would say. Just look into it. That's it. I don't take my word for it. I just think it's kind of neat, because I was thinking, Sonny, like even doing this, man, you can make food that you love. You know, you can actually do food that you love.
True. I know.
You
I
just gotta
do.
you gotta be
Like a
creative.
lot of times I'll be fasting and I work really hard. Like I work out every day. I go out on that bike for hours and I'm outdoors and I'm walking, I'm hiking, I'm riding. Like I have very full activity, physical life, you know. And a lot of times what I'll do is I'll work hard in the morning and the afternoon, and I won't eat until I'm actually just hungry. Like, and sometimes that's not till 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Then I have a middle of the day meal, and basically I can just snack the rest of the day almost. And a lot of times I don't need any more than that. I don't need to sit down and gorge myself every time I eat or to feel totally full. You don't need to be full all the time.
Yeah, everybody's different. I think because of the fact that coming off the carbs, you know, you're not satiated, so you're going to continue to into food, and then you'll become, you know, you'll gain all that weight because you're shoving in your body all these carbs, and your body doesn't know how to use the fat that you eat out. Like if you eat like a bunch of burgers, you're combining carbs and fat, and so it's using the carbs for energy instead of the fat. So it stores the fat in your body. So it'll continue to do that. If you're shoving two things at once, it'll only use one thing for fuel.
That's why. That's why a lot of times I'll eat my meals. I'll just eat the meat by itself. Like I won't eat anything else with it, and that suits me well because I think I've had most of my stomach problems having a sensitive stomach with combining all these things together.
Yeah. That's true. That's true.
And also the other thing I've done is like I've learned through people on here how to make my own kefir, my own kombucha. Like I do a lot of different things now that have probiotics in it. And you can do this at home very easily.
I'm gonna dip out for a bit.
Well, I think I'll go to the ocean today. It's clearing up in the afternoons. I guess Maggie took off. Hey, dude. Earth calling dude. Earth calling dude. Flat Earth calling Dr. Flat Earth dude. It's been a while, Martoth. Or am I mistaken? I haven't seen you in here in a while. Well, for the sake of content. Wow, nice job, Morvis. Cool.
You want to throw something on the bot there, Sonny? I just can't talk him in the office. I can't talk him in the office today, but
Yeah, that's all right.
do you want to throw something on the bot, maybe?
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I just thought I'd probe the panel for a little bit now, and I'm going to stop using that word. Inquire the panel.
That's awesome.
I'll put something on the bot for your listening pleasure on the Tuesday on the Flat Earth.
Appreciate you, man.
Okay, give me a couple minutes here. Boomer Radio about to return. Speaking of Boomer, hey Dave.
So, before you play anything, my mic working?
Yep. What'd you say?
Before you play stuff, say that if somebody knows how to do it, should clip that last hour or so with Miggy and post it as a standalone.
That's a good idea.
Go ahead. That's all I wanted to say.
Earlier this morning, there was no live stream on though on YouTube, but
it was running while he was talking. Elio got it back up.
Yeah, I see. He got it back. Yeah. How did he start this one? No worries. I could try to find the timestamp. Okay, Mickey.
It really, at the end of the day, doesn't matter which way they are, right? Like, it really doesn't.
Okay, if anybody's into doing this clip, it's number 2663 live stream, and I would start at the very beginning where Miggy's talking about line of sight test, and the rest, like, it went for a couple hours, so I don't know. If somebody wants to clip it. Learning at the
Real
beginning.
quick, Sonny, I can tell you, I started talking to him exactly like 2 hours ago, and that's when it started. Then Mickey came in like 20 minutes after that, I think.
then it's going to have to go back to the previous one, which would be 2663. I mean 2662. Let me see what it sounds like at the end of that. 1 second. It's probably gonna be amongst two.
okay, is irrelevant because the offset of the weapon system is greater. In other words, it's pointless. You could do it or not do it, and you'd get the same result. So again,
Yeah,
I want
because they're taking
validatably where
into
this matters.
because they're already taking into consideration the Earth's curvature. You're just not aware of it. It's
Yeah,
done
bingo,
under the
bingo. No,
covers.
stop again. Let's stop again. I just told you it's insignificantly negligible, where it will have no effect whatsoever on the practical outcome. Now, if something has no effect whatsoever on the practical outcome because the tolerances are so high that it's irrelevant, then where's the proof that it's necessary? Now, again, I'm going to submit to you, friend, I'm going to submit to you, not a textbook, okay? Not a book, not a hypothetical, not a theory. I want practical, validatable field implementation that this is done in reality. So engineering, I want you to give me an engineering that can be validated beyond the limits of the tolerances itself, that the curvature of the Earth is necessary.
Ask
My
your
friend.
friend.
Ask
that
my
got fired.
who? Dude, you could go watch his videos. All his videos are still available.
Yeah, ask your friend that got fired. Truly, why he got fired? It's like a it's like
he didn't get
it's
fired.
like a doctor. Hold on. It's like a surgeon coming to work drunk. Do you want a surgeon coming to work drunk? No, because it's risky. Just like you don't want an engineer who thinks it's flat Earth, because you know why? They're gonna remove this important calculations.
Now you're making a faulty analogy.
Sir, please. If an engineer comes into the engineering room, removing the important calculations like the curve of the Earth's curvature, what will happen is you create structures like bridges and whatever, faulty bridges that collapse.
Perfect.
So
Let's
this
talk.
is the thing. You
No, friend. You said a specific thing. You said the word bridge, so let's talk about bridges. Now, I want you to present to me a single piece of materially validatable evidence, okay, that any bridge has a necessary consequence of Earth curvature factored into its construction. Now, I said construction, not planning. Construction. Please provide it. Now, before you continue, I'm going to tell you, somebody already submitted a challenge to provide any material evidence of this nature, okay, with money as a prize, and he was taken to court, okay, because the person in question wanted to get the prize money, and the guy said, no, you didn't prove it, so they took it to court. What he brought was model projections of bridges taking into account Earth curvature. He lost the case because the court understands that that's not meeting the burden. It's not proving that it's implemented in reality. It's just a model. It's not yet enacted. So I need material evidence that's validatable that these bridges take it into account. Now, I already know the answer. So let's just talk about a bridge in particular, the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. Why do I pick that bridge? Because Modern Marvels on the History Channel likes to say that bridge all the time, that the towers are 1 5/8 out at the top to take into account the curve of the Earth. Now, variableness of the height of the towers, right, compared to the construction materials, that being steel and concrete, etc., the tolerance at that range is impossible. In other words, it's impossible for them, with the materials they have and the construction methods available to humans, for them to actually engineer those towers to be 1 5/8 out. Not only that, it's inconsequential, again, beyond the tolerances of the material, because the heat variableness alone throughout the year causes the bridge's deck, where the cars drive, to raise or lower by 11 feet. Not only that, but the pavement on the top arches over the bridge, greater than the distance of the lower part of the arch, because the higher part of an arch is always longer distance. So again, a claim that it's 1 5/8 out because it's taking into account the curve of the Earth is so far beyond the tolerances of the material that it's irrelevant. It's just a claim. It's not validated. So again, what engineer on the Earth needs to be a globe Earth believer in order to accurately do their job? Can you please tell me? Yeah, I rest my case and I give you to the
Well,
argument.
Oh, hold on, I wasn't finished. I didn't
Oh,
realize.
no, my friend, you forgot. You were finished. I just finished you, so I'm done. I rest my case. There's
No,
no
I'm not
resort to reply.
finished. But I'm not finished.
You didn't even start, dude. What are you talking about?
I just got here and I can tell you.
I have a smart ass answer to his last question. A NASA employee.
Okay. Are you aware of Lake Pontchartrain?
Bro, don't bring me local curve as your evidence of curve with your Pontchartrain bridge.
Another bridge.
Bro, do you know what the concept of level is? Have you constructed
I'm not
anything in
saying
your
these
life?
structures. I'm not saying these structures can't be made on the flat Earth. What I am
Have you
saying is,
ever built
because we live
anything
in a
in your
globe Earth,
life
we need
where
to
you
take into
serve
consideration the Earth's
level?
curvature.
Have you built anything in your life
Over
where
each
you
other,
ever
guys.
level?
Well, too bad there's no curved water underneath the bridge at Pontchartrain, right?
So
The
again,
water does
asking
curve. The water does
about
curve. It's just the fact that the light that's reflecting off of the water causes it to appear as though it's flat, but it's actually curving.
Every
asking
time
you
it appears flat
about.
every time. It appears flat every single time, huh?
Listen, we're not discussing appearance, okay? AI gave the observation of a bridge. We're asking about the construction principles. I'm asking you, have you ever built anything in your life, my friend? Have you ever used a level?
Have I used a level before? Yeah.
What did you use a level for?
To determine whether one part of the ground was higher than the other.
That's not what a level does, but that's hilarious.
Yeah, is there another application of your observation of the tool where you observed level using a tool called a level with a capital L, being the noun level?
I used an auto level.
An auto level?
Does that auto level the ground?
Have you ever used a level? Have you ever hung a TV? Maybe?
I've used a level to determine whether or not certain things were like on the same plane.
Plane?
So you've never used a level?
Are you
to
talking
observe
about
level.
the fucking yellow bar that constructors use?
All right. So when these bridges get constructed,
friend,
they
he
use.
asked you a question. He asked you a question. Answer his question.
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat your question?
I'm not going to repeat myself. You sound like a clown. Go ahead.
Did you not look at the picture in my profile? What's confusing about it? You stated the obvious. So, you had a question? Yeah, you said he had a question or I had a question for him?
You can continue.
I asked you. You've
So
never
he
used...
asked, are you speaking about a yellow bar box
No, I don't have a
level?
question. You can continue.
All right. So, with respect to the construction of these bridges, how do you anticipate they would have constructed a pier bridge, which is the structure coming out of the water? That's the structure that connects the foundation of the bridge to the floor of the water, or sorry, the bed sea floor, comes up, and then the roadway is laid on top of that. Question being, if you have all of those points laid across the surface, all showing level, where does the curve show up?
On the TV screen.
Have you ever used an Earth curve calculator? Looked for one?
Well, before he continue, guys, he did say he used a level to determine whether things are on the same plane. Now, if you have a level and you level it, and you take another level and you level it, how would that possibly be on the same plane if the Earth was a globe and all levels pointed directly to the center of the Earth? That's impossible.
Exactly.
Unless he was measuring a distance between these 2 points, which when he stated it, I was thinking, okay, you've got 2 points measuring level, maybe you measured the difference between them, but it doesn't make sense.
Yep, should be a different angle at
So-
distance.
How do you determine a TV being hung on your wall, if it's straight or not? Satani?
Using a level.
Okay. So, if everybody around this earth, China, Australia, Canada, United States, South America, everywhere, hung TVs on their wall, on their all observed level, how does you tell me how the curve can start to introduce itself? How does your curve work within that realm if everybody observes level?
Let's say you had a curved basketball.
That's
Mhm.
not.
No. Hold on.
Okay, let's do. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
And
we
you
have to
decided
say
to
how
dig a
these
hole.
things take place. Go ahead.
You decided to dig a hole within the basketball.
Uh-huh.
And then you leveled that hole.
Uh-huh.
What you end up with is a level, right? A flat surface on a globe.
Multiple flat facets, i.e. a golf ball. Okay? So a round surface with multiple flat spots, undulations, whatever you want to call it. Problem
Right.
being, we have the advantage, which has been observed by your team, at 71% water. Therefore, we hold the vote by more than 2/3. Therefore, we win by default.
That's what I'm saying.
Because
It's flat
water
facets
measures level.
Okay, and
if water measures level everywhere you go, including the sailors that use the stars in the sky, celestial navigation, SOHCAHTOA, sine, cosine, tangent, to calculate where they all use a 90-degree angle to determine those things.
I agree.
And they
What it
require
does,
a flat
I agree. I agree. What it
horizon.
does seek level.
So where does
I
your
agree.
curve show
Let
up?
me finish. I agree. What it does seek level when you are within the atmosphere. When you are in the atmosphere and you're on the surface of the earth, water seek level. But when you are in the atmosphere or you're beyond it, water does not seek level. Why? Because of gravity. And as
Really?
a
Can
result,
you prove that to us all? Is there a way you could show us that in a demonstration?
Demonstrate gravity. Great question, sir.
the oceans all curve.
Yeah, really?
Because
Why don't they measure
Ooh.
curved? They don't ever measure curved.
So
But
what
say-
was this ask him? Have they ever measured what you're describing?
Yeah, tides.
You've measured curve
No.
from tides? That's the first time I've heard that curvature measured from tides. That's a good one,
But
though.
how
Great.
tides work.
Yeah, the tides are the curvature of the earth. Shut the server down.
But I don't
down.
understand how we got to tides from gravity, because he said
I-
gravity. I was curious to know how he claims
How do
gravity.
you think
How do you
tides work?
demonstrate gravity?
Do tides
How
work
do
by
you-
gravity?
Tides work.
How do they work? Could you tell us?
No, I'm asking you first.
Nobody knows how they work. They're not by the moon, that's for sure.
Okay, it's by
Let
the
him
moon.
go. Let him go.
So
We
if
don't
it's
know
by
how-
the moon,
We don't
then
know.
you
It's not
know
by
for a fact that if some object, some satellite, some X
not by the
distance
fucking
away
moon.
has an
Wait.
effect on tides,
No.
what do
Stop.
you think the Earth's atmosphere has an effect on the ocean?
Look, it's not.
Like,
Tides are not caused by the moon. The moon goes over one time a day in 24 hours. There's 2 high and 2 low tides every 24 hours. Was there
It
2
is-
moons? Is there another
moon
moon we
is-
don't see that's in Jedi
But,
mind?
can we take this in a slightly different direction, Sonny? Let's just ask him, Satan, whatever. How would you suggest we go about proving what the cause of the tides are?
Yeah, how would you do that?
Simply by creating a model.
Oh,
you can do
really?
it. You can do it. You
Can I
can
just stop you there? Let's just not let you. Come on. You can't prove cause and effect relationships by just simply creating a model.
Mhm.
Do you understand that?
That doesn't correlate
Yes,
to
especially
reality.
You do. You only do this because of the fact that because of the magnitude of the problem.
No,
you need
that
to
you can't prove
you need
it.
to
It's the magnitude
rescale it.
of it.
You need to resize it so that it's appropriate to the level of a human, and then from there you begin to perform your calculations and apply your calculations and apply your theories on that
I
specific
want to
model.
know, cut the bullshit. I want to know how you apply gravity. How would you demonstrate it, dude? I need to know locally. You tell me it exists. I need to know locally how I can demonstrate it. I need the goods. Cut to the shit. Let's go.
Unfortunately, we don't know what gravity is.
This is my point. So you claim something that you can't even locally demonstrate. So your
We can
claim
apply
to
gravity.
the design, hold your face. Your claim to the design of your model can't even be demonstrated. Therefore, it's bullshit. Entertaining this is bullshit. Your idea.
We can demonstrate a vacuum, but we can't demonstrate gravity.
You can't.
Why is that unfortunate?
Bullshit. Why
Because
is it unfortunate?
gravity is something that we just cannot replicate, unfortunately.
It's
Yeah,
a theory.
yeah. Why unfortunately?
It's a
You tell
theory.
me.
Because
You
the
don't-
force hasn't
you-
yet been detected. Like we've detected.
And why is that
It hasn't been
unfortunate?
detected. There you
It's
go.
been detected in terms of we can apply. We can
I'm glad you
calculate
said that.
gravity. We
Yeah,
can
about
apply
mouse in your
gravity.
pocket. What?
But
Why
we
is it
can't.
unfortunate?
It's unfortunate because it's not scientific. That's why.
But we
Yeah,
can't
it's
create like
unfortunate
an
for his little fairy
anti-gravity
tale, but
chamber.
Is it not scientific?
Sorry, Godrich, we lost you, dude. With respects to your gravity, if you can't replicate it, I don't see how you're even going to be able to describe or show how it all works. With no design backing it up. Or demonstration backing it up, sorry. Like, come on, do the Neil deGrasse Tyson. Pick up the mic and drop it and say, whoa, gravity. And watch the crowd go, ooh and ah, gravity.
Here, can we just try going a different direction? So Satan, whatever. Do you know of any time in the past that anyone's ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth, find the radius value, 3,959 miles, and the method of how they did that?
Yeah, using the sun's rays.
Talking about the Eratosthenes thing.
The only issue that I have with him is that he does actually mention that the first thing he says is that he assumes the Earth is round, and then he begins to perform his calculations.
I give you credit for acknowledging that there's a problem with that. But I mean, like, so since you realize, the biggest problem with that, from the get-go right there. So were you talking about something else when you were talking about I mean, do you know of anyone to directly measure the Earth's curvature? Because obviously that Eratosthenes is not a direct measurement of curvature. He's just dicking around with sticks and shadows. He presupposes the Earth is a ball. You just said it yourself. So do you know of anyone to directly measure the Earth and detect curvature?
No, because again, mainstream science continues to push forward his theory, his studies of the Earth's curvature using the sun's rays. So it's considered in the scientific community as fact, even though he begins with the statement, "I'm assuming the Earth is round."
Well, yeah. So I think you and I see at least somewhat oddly eye to eye about that. But you still believe the Earth is a ball, right? I mean, you still believe the Earth is a planet, right?
That his theory is definitely a problem, and in fact, a lot of textbooks and papers, they somehow always forget to leave that critical information out. And they act like his theory is fact, but No, I disagree with the scientific community in that regard.
But
That, no, that
so
is not fact.
so you believe he went and did the wrong method, you know, but you
No, no, no.
believe he came to the right conclusion, but with the wrong method, right?
No, when I heard of him, I thought, okay, well, this proves flat Earth. Until I read more papers and it was very difficult to find, and I found it. And it's an assumption.
So why'd you use it as your example? Why'd you use it as your example then?
Because, you know, that's just
No, I don't know.
It's just example that globe is used. So, I mean, it's not
but your best example.
And that is my best example, even though it's kind of.
But it's not. But it's not an example. You just told us, correct?
I mean,
He just admitted it's a presupposition, so yeah, it's not really anything, really.
It's a concession.
It's very unscientific, I would say.
So why did you use it?
Because it's something that is accepted in the scientific community.
God, wow.
Well, okay, so let's just moving on. So you still believe the Earth is a planet spinning in the vacuum of space, right?
Yes. The one of the main reasons is because, you know, I just want to be part of the group.
Okay, if you're here to share your beliefs, then congrats, you did it.
That's about the most
Party
honest
on.
thing. That's about the most honest thing I've ever heard any of these guys say.
Seriously, that
I mean,
is
that
worth
was
everything.
that took a lot
Line
of balls to
questioning.
say that.
I take back what I said. I believe that also, that this is the most honest thing he's ever said.
I mean, it's kind of fun to think, you know, you live on a round globe Earth, to be honest.
That's what we all thought until we found out the Earth doesn't match up with that. It doesn't match at all. Reality doesn't match. So you get to choose here if you want to continue living in reality from this point on, or you want to live in fantasy.
He's taking the Cyrus blue pill.
We don't really
I don't know,
care.
the pictures that NASA has, the pictures that NASA produces, just look so amazing, you know. So,
Yeah, from liars. So you don't mind watching pictures from liars. That's okay with you.
Can he stop with this
No,
bullshit?
He can't stop with his bullshit.
Yeah, he just told
Because I'm listening, he was flat earther 1 hour ago because he did research, you know.
Y'all got to understand, Satan is his Lord and Savior. So, I mean, this is who he is.
No, it's
no,
obviously
I
just,
think a
he
lot of
doesn't-
globe Earthers agree with me. It's fun to believe you live on a globe and that you can go to Mars and the moon.
Yeah, but you are flat earther, man.
Yeah,
You said
okay.
that you are flat earther, you know. Because you did research.
Yeah, I used to be.
You used to be. No, you said that you used to be. Then you come back to the globe, and then you made because you didn't make a research, but you made a research, and now you are what you are now.
No, man. I just enjoy following NASA.
But then why you are here? Why you are not watching NASA live stream?
I know. Hey, hold on. I
I
got a
don't know.
question.
I'm just I'm on Discord.
Satan.
Hey, I'm gonna blow your mind, bro. I'm gonna
Uh-oh.
open your mind beyond your limits. Okay? Even as ridiculous as it is, the Earth could be flat, yet there still be other things out there that you could fly to and have your sci-fi dreams come true.
Could be.
Okay, the Earth doesn't
It's
have
not
to be
necessarily
filled
likely.
for interesting things to occur beyond the Earth. I mean, what kind of small imagination do you have over there? You didn't take your vitamins when you were growing up or something? Hey, I'm putting you
There's
down
so
for a
many.
reason.
There's
It's
so many
like,
places
you
on.
gotta have a big imagination, bro. Don't let NASA give you your imagination for you.
I understand, but they do a really, really good job. It's like watching Disney. It's you just get so caught up in it.
They do a really good job.
Do you have a bunch
Dude,
of
you're so
spaceships on your
right.
bedroom wall?
You guys, this is a profound moment that we all need to enjoy.
Really
He is correct that NASA is just like Disney, giving wonderful stories and adventures in fantasy lands to make you feel warm and fuzzy inside.
Yeah. Why Warner Von Braun and Walt Disney were best buddies. Oh, there's the picture. He's on point.
What's that saying go? What do Werner von Braun, Walt Disney, and Aleister Crowley have in common? They all helped create NASA.
Staying worship?
That's the wrong answer. It's what do they all have in common? L. Ron Hubbard's wife.
I mean, I just, once you step back and look at it and like, oh, these people were all good buddies. Pretty genius.
Nothing new under the sun.
Pretty genius. And then that Disney thing, the only thing that's missing on that one is the little fairy dust over the top. Which, you know, just seems to depict a barrier. I will say this, a snow globe made a lot more sense growing up than a globe did. I don't know. I know now why now, but
You know, I never thought about it like that, but I always thought, like, why aren't all of the stuff on the outside? Why is it all on the inside?
I could never wrap my hand around people walking around upside down and on the side of something now. Just never. I was just like, okay, they say. Must be.
Well, yeah, where's the proof of people actually being antipodal or even differential to each other? Where's the proof of that?
There's none.
Anybody got some of that?
I want them to zoom in from way out.
So let's all do an experiment. Okay, so we know we can observe local level, and we know we can drop things and they go down. Okay, we know that down perpendicular to level, you can drop a plumb line and put a 90-degree angle on it, right? So we know that where I'm at, I drop something, it goes down. And where you're at, we drop something, it goes down. And where he's at, you drop something and it goes down. Okay. So what we've just established is that everybody has essentially parallel downs. So we've just proven that everywhere we are is planar to each other. So I don't get how down proves some kind of ball.
Exactly.
It's like, oh, gravity proves a ball. It's like, okay, if I drop something and you drop something and it goes down and it's perpendicular, right, to level, then we've just proven we're all living on a plane, not a globe. So how do you get a globe from that?
Their evidence or their answer to that is what we've discussed in multiple times is the whole, as he said earlier, one central attraction point, golf ball model, right? Multiple level
That's
cut
false
spots.
anyway.
Pardon me?
There isn't a center attraction point in their model, and it's certainly not the center of the Earth. Even in their ideal model, it's the Berry center.
The Berry center, thank you. Yes.
Beyond the Berry center, it's differential wherever you go because the substrate has differential distributions of mass, which mean different vectors of quote-unquote gravity. So there is no radials to the center of the Earth. Now, speaking of that, he said if you shave off a flat spot on a globe, you end up with a flat spot, right? And he tried to make it seem like that would be a level spot on the globe, but that's not true. It would be a reciprocal slope. It would be a center point with a hill on one side and a hill on the other side.
Bingo.
Because that's how gravity, quote unquote, would distribute the forces. So you'd be walking uphill, going halfway, and you'd be walking downhill the other half.
Next way.
Yeah, it'd be uphill both ways you go.
Yeah.
So I got something else that just came to my mind. You know, they're always using a ball as a model or a globe as a model. And just, if you want to model, like, think of, like, everybody's inside of a pool, right? Water is nice, flat, and level. And then somebody's standing at the top of the ladder, and they jump into the pool. Which way does that person go? They go down, right? Like, I don't understand what the difference in the concept is. You're sitting there trying to tell me that everything's attracted to the center when logic and reason says that we just go down.
Again, their knee-jerk reaction is central. Our sample size is too small.
But they use a
But
ball,
hold
which
on,
is smaller
hold on,
than that pool.
Hold on, Gizmo.
No, I know.
1 second though. Okay, just hold on. The point that I've been stating for the longest time is that if we have everybody builds a building everywhere, which basically happens, we have cities everywhere. Everybody builds according to this level. That's, I don't even know how many hands in the cookie jar that is, but that's like, I don't know, 5 billion or some odd hands in the cookie jar of level, right? So that literally is a witness to level, which speaks to proving our IRL of what we observe in real life every day.
That was you, right,
He said
Arden?
cookies.
I know, cookies. Got them cookies. That was you that just spoke, right, Arden? AI?
No, it was Kiwi.
What?
Kiwi.
Kiwi.
Was it AI that had that? Was talking about the military.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm glad that I got to hear that. I've never heard him speak before, so that was very enlightening.
Yeah, so there's a trend. Listen, bros, there's a trend in all this globe, quote unquote, evidence. And that trend is that it's inconsequential, negligible, invariable, nominal. In other words, it could just be dismissed and you'd end up with the same result. It's almost like it's not there.
It's not there. The whole problem. It's like doesn't exist.
But it's fun to believe.
No, it's not, dude. Damn it.
Yeah, so the argument goes like this. So what you're saying is that Coriolis force, quote unquote, affects a plane, but it doesn't affect it enough in its course to matter, so you don't need to account for it. You could just ignore it, right? And then they'll say, yeah, of course. And they'd be like, okay, so then where did you prove it? So basically I could just pretend it doesn't exist and I'd end up with the same result. Oh yeah, of course. Okay. Great argument.
I'm convinced.
Yeah, all right. Did you watch the Brian Myers Wixit debate the other day?
I did.
No, not yet.
Oh,
dude,
that was a great video.
I didn't see the follow up. He did a follow up. I didn't see that yet though.
Yeah, he did a review after it too. Actually, I think I'm going to put that on the bot in the morning. Good call.
Yeah, it was a couple of days ago maybe.
Friday night.
Brian's entire argument was, we see effects on the Earth, we claimed them, therefore you can't have them, so come up with something else. That was literally his whole argument.
Yeah. And he kept on saying, I want a model. My reaction to that is, we're standing in your quote-unquote model you want. Keep on asking for a model.
Interesting. Yeah, that is an argument.
This is something we can't allow them to get away with, is we both agree on an effect, and they then just claim ownership of that effect. So no, you don't get to claim ownership of things falling. That's not, you don't just get to have that and then deprive us of that same thing.
Yeah.
Yes, you need flat Earth. You need flat Earth effects.
Well, you have to put the object there in order for it to start falling. Excuse me.
Enough.
The Earth is round. Full stop.
What?
Keep talking like that, you ain't gonna end up dog
Oh, it's
this.
not.
Too bad that wasn't a. It's too bad that wasn't a teammate debate.
Nuh-uh.
You can't nuh-uh this away.
Oh, it's
guys, who's actually up to speed on the latest hotness in the physics world anyway?
Latest hotness.
Yeah.
What's that? What? The stupidest latest claims?
Yeah, like for example, we get people coming in here all the time arguing the Big Bang, arguing Newtonian mechanics when they're supposed to be arguing Einsteinian, right? They're all behind the curve.
Behind
They're not up to speed.
Behind the curve.
They're behind the curve and not up to light speed. You know what I'm saying? If anybody who's been paying attention for the past 10 years, right, to what's actually been happening, okay, mainstream physicists are abandoning the Big Bang. They're abandoning Einstein. They're abandoning even some forms of quantum theories or whatever. They're abandoning all of that, and they're shifting towards instead of like the Higgs boson or whatever particle they come up with next being the fundamental unit of reality. They're moving to consciousness itself being fundamental, right? So the arbiter of reality as a fundamental unit and building block is sentience itself, not anything physical, okay? So they're rewriting their theories. Excuse me one second. They're rewriting their theories where the cause of everything is consciousness at a base level. Okay, now I want you to think about that for a minute. Now, remember, we've heard this all the time from Globers, and now we're starting to hear it from Flat Earthers, which is science doesn't prove anything, right? Think about it. So, if you can't know the cause of anything in the external world because you can't ever prove it, right? And the base level of reality is consciousness, then that means that there's no concreteness to external reality because it can be altered by the change in the base level, which is consciousness. So the mind can change reality, and therefore it's not consistent or congruent throughout. It's constantly in flux. So in other words, as subjective ideas take over, right, and saturate reality to a certain level, they literally change reality to that. So it's not that the Earth is flat or the Earth is a globe. It's that the Earth was flat, became a globe, and will be flat again. That is reality being rendered by the mind. Okay? That's where all this stuff is going, right? So I say gravity pulls things down because I'm a physicist. Dude's behind the times. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's not up to speed.
Yeah, I like it when you call people Holmes. Can you do that more? Check this out, Holmes. That's my favorite. Anyway, I was just sorry. You all right, Gizmo?
No, I'm laughing.
Check this shit
Oh,
out,
but you
Holmes.
guys,
I love that.
you gotta savor this like a salty, tasty French fry.
No, it was
All
good.
right?
I enjoyed that.
Because after all, my friends, a salty, tasty French fry is not a potato that was grown somewhere in free space by absorption of minerals and physical processes. It's actually just, I'm serious. In this view, it's just a render of a conscious experience that only needs to exist at the moment, and all of that physical stuff is backfilled.
Well, objectively, if it's real or not, objectively, it tastes good. Okay.
I have to ask AI a question if this salty French fry was the one that I found on my mat in the car.
Yeah, fine. Yes, exactly. Okay. You get it. Okay, cool. Just check. So, when you put this salty French fry in your mouth, and this is what the other guy just said, it doesn't matter whether that salty French fry is physically real or idealistically real. You will experience the flavor, and you cannot deny the reality of the experience. Correct?
That just reminds me of Cypher with the steak. You know, I know the steak isn't real, but I don't care. But anyway, I was just thinking about
a rose, exactly, a rose made up of digits in a simulatory universe, or a rose made up of particles in a concrete universe, or a rose made up of vibrations in an etheric universe, it would smell just as sweet.
That really helped me see through the Mandela effect, by the way, which is another tool of manipulation. Because we all, oh, I remember that. It was like this. But of course, then they just delete everything and change it to the will, to whatever they, they toe the party line. It's really clever.
Yep.
Notice I said clever, not intelligent. Big
Right. So let's rewind to some of our encounters with Globers in the past, where we've specifically encountered them retreating into this philosophy, where they said, okay, you've got facts and measurements that the Earth is flat. But the Earth can't be flat because of all of these things I believe about the creation and the Big Bang and balls in space. So therefore, the only thing I can deduce is not that the Earth is flat and my heliocentrism is wrong, but that reality itself is up for grabs. It's either a simulation or just some kind of pseudo experiential reality rendered by the mind. Anything but flat. So in other words, they'll believe it's flat as long as it's not reality being flat. It must be some kind of render or semi pseudo simulation. Then it can be flat. But if it's actually concrete reality, no, it can't be flat.
Donut.
Hey, motherfuckers, I don't care. Simulate me some curvature already. Fuck.
Simulate me some curvature. Simulate me some curvature.
Hey, I got some curvature. I'll put it in the chat. Give me a second.
Put it in the chat.
Oh my goodness, it's a family show.
Bet you don't.
I bet you I do. You want to bet money on it? I'm going to show you some Earth curvature right now, dude.
Put it in the chat.
I'll bet you don't.
Hold on. There we go.
Yeah, but
There's
let's
some Earth
talk
curvature
about.
right here.
Oh, I know exactly where you're going. Yeah, Gizbo's gonna kill this one to death. I feel like
that's the Mariana Trench right there.
Ask for that.
I keep wanting to slap Russia. What were you thinking? What were you thinking?
I'll take whatever money you're willing to donate for me having curvature right there.
Excuse me.
Okay, but let's talk about it, man. So the guy said you have to have your own effects. Okay?
Own effects. Oh, gravity.
So, yeah. Right? So what effect did he claim that he had? He had down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, down is not a globe effect. Inwards is a globe effect. You follow me?
Yep.
So what he did there is he actually borrowed an effect from an observation of flat and level and perpendicular and plumb, and tried to swindle the viewer into thinking that it's a globe effect.
Perversion.
And claiming that he's accusing the flat earthers of stealing his effects. So what was it? It was projection.
I call it a perversion of the truth. Damn it.
Sure.
Because here's the thing. If we take his concept and we explode it, we end up with a germ-looking type structure, i.e. I have a ball in the middle with a bunch of stuff sticking out of it, all in a radial type pattern, which is bullshit. People don't seem to get that concept is when the suggestion of some kind of form of localized, I'm going to call it localized gravity. When you start constructing even a pier bridge, you would end up with a radial type pattern. Ball with a bunch of popsicle sticks sticking out of it.
And you ever hit them gravity pockets? Shit, better watch out for them.
Those are great sound. I love it. Gravity pockets.
So
down.
So let's be clear. What does gravity have to do with the shape of the Earth at all? At all. Period. At all.
What's gravity got to do?
Yeah, no, this is serious. Listen, this is a serious question.
It is.
Grover seemed to think it has
No,
everything to do with the shape.
everything. Exactly.
So what does it specifically have to do with the shape of the Earth? What does it have to do with it?
Well, it goes neatly with the Newtonian conception, doesn't it?
Exactly.
But obviously, they're not in that anymore. But it's like they want to play both sides and pretend like it's one side. So they'll say like Newtonian and Einsteinian are the same, but not the same. And therefore, we can still, like, Newtonian still predicts things, which it does if you're strictly talking about maths. But then they'll always seem to tie these effects and this maths to, and I'll give another example of where they did this yesterday, where they don't really understand the difference between like a concept and an effect. They'll tie the maths and the fact that things fall at a certain rate on Earth to the idea that Newtonian mechanics therefore proves the worldview, right? And they do this with time zones. Time zones is a very good example of this, where they'll say, well, time zones wouldn't exist on a flat Earth, and we correlate noon being where the sun is above you in the sky. Therefore, if noon equals where the sun is above you in the sky, then it proves a ball. There's no reason to tie this. It's literally a non sequitur, but they do it anyway.
Mm-hmm. Satellites because space. Non sequitur.
Well, no, I mean that's just an unverifiable claim.
Unverifiable.
What I'm saying
thank you.
What I'm saying is something is different. They'll take an effect like the idea that there are different times on the Earth. Obviously, night and day is a thing on the Earth,
right.
But they'll assign like a political convention to the hours in that day, and then say that political convention proves a shape when it can't possibly do that.
Check.
Well, this also plays into, stupid arguments like, if the Earth was flat, thus and so, right? So it goes like this. If the Earth was flat and the sun was above the Earth, it'd be daylight all the time.
Yeah. It's basically a bad conclusion built on a straw man.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem. They think they can get away with that because we claim a distance from Earth to the moon. So they're like, well, or Earth to the sun, rather. Either way, we don't claim fucking distance because we ain't never been there. So they're like, oh, well, we can slip one in here. Slip old Mickey past him, huh?
But if
that's interesting. That's interesting that you said.
I don't
if the
claim.
sun.
Hold on. That's important. Does anybody make a claim from about the real distance from the Earth to the sun? Someone feels like they know that? Feeling strong?
Well, let's be clear. The distance in both models is the same. It's equal.
That's not my question. Does somebody for real think they know the distance between Earth and the sun?
I do know the distance.
No, you
and
don't.
So do they. Yeah,
No,
they do.
They don't. No one
they
does.
do as well. Everybody does.
Go?
They all agree.
Are you being sarcastic? Because when did you go to the sun?
No, you'll see. So they have a distance, right? And their distance is the same as the distance. Their distance is 1. They call it 1. It's 1 astronomical unit distance.
Really?
1 distance. See how easy that is?
I guess. Yeah. It ties it up in a bow, so I don't have to think about it much more. Yeah, you're right. That works.
Think about it. No, you got to really think about it this way. And there's a reason why you have to think about it this way. Stop attributing miles to it and just attribute what they attribute to it. 1 unit. They call it 1 unit. Why?
So basically, it's like, hey, how far is the sun from us? And they just say yes. It's like, oh, well, okay.
Well, yes and no. The reason is they, constructed their distances and their sizes because everything in the universe, quote unquote, is depicted by angles that we observe from Earth, right? Angular size is an angular relationship. So they could literally be any size and any distance, but they must scale to each other. You see what I mean? So if you make the sun 200 million miles away, you then must change everything else, update it. So that one unit now becomes 200 million miles. And then you take that one 200 million mile unit and you just start applying it in other places. So now this star over here, you know, used to be 10 astronomical units away. Now it's 20 astronomical units away. It just all scales. Remember, they started that process with assuming the size of Venus, I'm pretty sure it was Venus, as to be equal to the Earth.
Listen, it all has to work out on paper. It doesn't have to work out in reality. As long as it works out on paper, you're golden. And if you start with a presupposition, boy, I'll tell you what, sky's the limit. In fact, it's beyond the limit, isn't it? Right?
I have evidence of the globe Earth.
Well, before you go on with your evidence, I have to wrap this up. So,
okay.
The answer to the question is what gravity has to do with the shape of the Earth. The answer is nothing. What it has to do with is the creation of the shape of the Earth. That is what they need in their story. They need gravitational accretion to form the ball in question in free space from a cloud of particulates. Now, this happened in the past. It's unobservable. It's assumed, and they just say so. And they try to model it, and it doesn't work. They have to add an additional factor called the stickiness factor.
Yep.
Right? So that the particles stay together, because all things being equal, that nothing forms with gravitational accretion when modeled in software. So it's all a pipe dream that they can't even get to work in a simulation. Right? So the answer is gravity has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, and it's irrelevant. There you go.
Exactly. This is why when somebody says gravity, it's important. Deconstruct the notion of gravity. Realize that.
Yeah. Right. So I said I was going to wrap it up and yield the floor to Homeboy. So now it's his turn, Kiwi.
Yeah, but I wanted
he's got two. I don't care. I said I was going to wrap it up, so it's wrapped. So now it's his turn because the floor was for him next.
Okay.
So he has proof of the globe that he's going to present you, Kiwi. So you need to sit down, right? Drink a sip of orange juice because you're about to be a glober again. All right, friend, who has the globe proof? Floor is yours.
Yes. So, if you go to the beach and put Earth in a bucket, right? Earth will take the shape of its container, right? So we can demonstrate and repeat this an infinite number of times.
Said Earth in a bucket. I can't.
Let me finish.
Not really. I don't have to. We're not gonna listen to this.
Why?
Because it's nonsense, and you're just filling up the air with nonsense.
It's really silly. It's silly, South Park. Wait. What do you mean? Like you can put a bucket on the ground and fill it with water, and it's right next to the ocean.
Helio, why are you
What do you
asking to expand rubbish?
Helio,
you haven't let me finish.
Guess what? We're not going to talk about that. We're not talking about buckets. We're not talking about buckets. Ready, go.
It's very complete nonsense. Can you try and be serious, please?
Okay, fine. I'll give you my other statement.
Is the other statement serious or is it nonsense?
They're all serious, but you're just interpreting it as nonsense, which is unfair to me. Now, my other statement is...
Cry more, go on.
Earthquakes prove Earth is not stationary, right?
God.
Okay, earthquakes.
What, because earthquakes move the Earth? Is that your argument?
No, they actually cause the Earth to either rotate faster or slower.
What? Hey man,
What?
did you know that tectonic plates are actually not curved around the ball? That's why you call them plates. I bet you think that are curved plates crushing into each other, right? And that there's like a molded magnetic core inside of that imaginary ball, right? Is that what sounds more realistic to you?
We get some really low quality trolls now.
So
well, if that were the case, I mean, that's what we were taught, that tectonic plates move, and that's what causes earthquakes and all that stuff around a ball. Yeah, we
okay,
were
wait,
taught
hold
that.
on. No, Helio, you hold on. Unpack what he said though, right? He suggested that earthquakes cause the rotation to
No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that. No, what he actually said,
he said
was
the shit.
actually listening, is that he said that the earthquake causes the Earth to rotate faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
That's not the same as causing
nobody's
rotation.
ever said that before. Nobody.
No, because it's nonsense that he made up. I don't know why we're entertaining it.
What happened when earthquakes finished?
I think
and it's going slow. Then
No,
Earth is slowing down.
look, guys, he's left the VC now, so obviously wanting to throw a steaming turd in and then leave. That's fine. We can move on.
Blew my mind. I've never heard that before, so that's a new one to add up. AI was
That's another bullshit.
Well, no, but
somebody made up.
Hey man, listen.
At least he's very creative and just made some shit up that's even happened we've never heard
They're
before.
just trying to branch out, put their tentacles into some different ideas, see what sticks, whatever.
Branch out like
That's the waters. I like that. I like that.
New waters, right?
Maybe we get a new theory coming out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Hey man, yeah, listen, since there's movement of the Earth with volcanoes, it has to be correlated with the movement of the Earth through space.
That's right.
There has to be something there, guys. There has to be. Let's create something so that we can sell it to the public.
I know. Here it is. Earlier today, it wasn't raining, and today and now it's raining. So that means Earth is a ball, right?
Someone needs to DM me whenever they create the Coriolis creates the downward vector. I want to hear that one.
It hasn't rained here in 100 years. I mean, 100 days. Sorry.
100 days.
Say, goddamn, Sonny, that's pretty crazy in San Diego. It hadn't rained in 100 years. Shit. Hey, to be honest, it's been pretty dry in Arkansas, and we usually get a lot of rain during the summer. So
Yeah,
it's a pretty dry season for all of us, I think.
Considering I spent 4 hours at the beach today, and it was pretty nice. I mean, it was a little overcast, but now it's raining. Really strange.
Oh, it's been pretty nice here. We had a drizzle today, but yeah, in the summertime and well, of course in spring. I mean, it's just we're kind of in a dry season. Which, hey, that's Earth, man. So you get cycles. Sometimes it happens. It's like just buy a farmer's almanac. They're like $7 at Walmart. It'll tell you about the cycles. Tell you when the growing seasons and the there are cycles that happens for hundreds of years. It's already been measured. It's not like it's not global warming.
Maybe the Globers should pick up a farmer's almanac and
They
read it.
should. I think they should.
They might think twice about just coming in here all
freaking guns galore. Just like, you flat earthers. It's like, no. Yeah, they think history only exists like recorded history in their mind, I think, exists within the past couple hundred years so that they can, use the government to freaking control our minds and stuff. And then ancient history, they also use the government to enforce the ancient history on you. According to the scientists.
That sounds like hogwash. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. I mean, it's just like, which one is true? I mean, do we have modern history? Does modern history line up with ancient history? I mean, tell us about
Bro, I'm
this.
just trying to keep track of what I did this last week. Shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, these guys are like digging down in the earth, trying to go back in time, which is, it's totally, dude. I love that shit. I love that shit.
Hey, this Back to the Future shit's got me shaking like Michael J. Fox, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Maybe we're not talking about the same thing.
Crickets, bro. Whenever I speak, crickets. You know what I mean? Every time. I love you guys.
Saturday. No, seriously though. I mean, as far as ancient history. Everyone has a story. You know, it doesn't matter what religion, what how you've been educated, what you've come up through. It's like, all right, so we have a connection to our. Yeah, what's up?
I just wanted to say real quick, I've been sober for 2 weeks off every man-made substance there is known to man. All natural.
Does that mean shut up, Helio, because you're not sober?
No, congratulations, dude.
I'm just saying I'm sober now.
Congratulations, man.
Cool.
Thank you guys. I'm going to hold your guys' feet to the fire to make sure I stay sober.
Okay. This isn't a freaking 21 steps room or however many steps it takes.
16. It's a 16-step process, bro. All right, Helio. As you were, bro. As you were.
No, I get it. Yeah, sure, bro. Yeah, I like it. That's cool.
Everybody go back in time.
Helio didn't even see my meme in the chat.
Which one? Yeah, I have the admin shop chat open right now. Let's see what we got.
I don't know what the marker is, but it's recent.
Yeah, you see that hoverboard's on a pole, and he's hanging by
it just seems like everyone lately thinks that every modern science has already proven everything about history and ancient Earth, all of the universe.
It's usually a pretty strong pull.
Yeah, I know.
And so I was getting ready to pull it with my strength. Usually I do a weak pull. Right?
Oh, that's some Back to the Future shit. See, now I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's too hard.
That's a hoverboard. You hover above the hoverboard while you're hovering.
Hey, you know, we always talk about
science. Put a sign on that door saying "Wanted graphic artist to make a sign on the store."
What's like? How many histories can we? How many histories are we supposed to understand and believe?
You're not supposed to know anything about your history.
Helio, that's a great question. Like, you know, so at this point, what's common knowledge about history itself? Like, what the fuck are we supposed to know?
Well,
so
you also
I'm almost done. What are we supposed to know? Not because it's important, you know, real world, real talk, but so that I don't sound stupid in a conversation at a party. What should I be fucking knowing about?
No, you're always going to sound stupid at a party if you get this deep. I promise you. Because you're going to have to combine history with religion, and that's really going to make you look like an asshole.
Here's what I got to ask, all right, about science. We always keep hearing science, science, science. What is the purpose of science? Isn't it to, like, ask questions? Isn't it to question what's going on?
It's to prove to ourselves how right we can be. It's literally what it is.
Pretty much. But I mean, aren't we supposed to, like, test it and repeat the test again and again and again?
That's why, you know, at parties, since you brought up parties, I don't bring it up unless they bring it up. If I'm at a party, I try to have a good time, you know, unless I just like somebody, you know, if I get in a corner with somebody, I'm, you know, like smoking area, I just like, hey,
there's
what you
nothing
guys
worse
doing?
than like a fucking guy showing
I
up.
just don't, yeah, I mean, yeah,
like,
you don't go to a party and just be like, bitch.
There's nothing like the cousin that comes over that you never really see unless it's Christmas, and they come over and they fucking they end up ruining Christmas because they start asking all those weird questions. Like,
it's like, well, but it's like, and of course, I mean, a lot of people be like, general rule, no religion and no politics, you know. Well, and I think there's another one now, no flat Earth.
Yeah, so the cousin ruins Christmas because he brings up shit that Alex Jones was talking about. It's like, damn it.
Yeah, it's just like no conspiracies, no religion, no. It's just like, let's all have fun together because we're family, right? And family means something, which family does mean something. Don't ever discount that. But But yeah, I mean that's why I don't bring it up at family functions much unless they ask.
Anyway,
but hey, this isn't a family function, and people come in here asking every day. So
yeah, but you know what should be a family function is the truth.
I'm using the last page. I want you to tell me why. No, yes.
Who are you talking to in the background, AI? I don't care. But anyway, I mean, yeah, people come to this server and to the YouTube channel just asking us why we think the Earth is flat, and we're willing to tell them. We're not shy about it.
He's talking to his drill motors. Just kidding.
he's probably talking to his family or whatever. But yeah, we're not shy about it. I mean, just if you have some genuine questions, we're here 24 hours a day to answer them. It's not a big. Now, it's only a big deal if you make it a big deal.
Yeah, don't make it weird. Earth is flat, so that's that.
And but nobody here is trying to convince you. You can come and ask us questions. We'll give you the gist of it. You can leave, thinking whatever the fuck you want to think. Nobody here is trying to convince you. That easy.
But if someone has some way of knowing, if they know that the Earth is a globe, we'd sure like to hear that part.
Yeah, we've been looking for that shit for years, right, Sonny?
How you know is the important part here. We need to know how you know, so we can go check it ourselves, so we can know too the same way you know.
Because we've kind of checked out some of the other methods of their globe Earth evidence, and we're not convinced by that. And so we kind of have a problem with that. That's why this server exists. And like I said, we're not here to convince anybody. The question is out there. So if you have any evidence that the globe is real, you can bring it to us, and we'll consider it. And then you can call us globe deniers or science deniers, or all kind of names we get called. And we'll call you globetards and all that kind of stuff. Whatever.
The floor ain't curvy.
Yeah, that's pretty striking what this guy Yuri says. He says at the end, the process of demoralization is complete and irreversible. Once a person comes to this, when they can even see authentic information, even if you prove that white is white and black is black, you still cannot change the basic perception and logic of behavior. In other words, these people.
True, though. I used to think the Earth was a globe. Didn't we all think the Earth was a globe before?
Yeah, but when you sit there and fight it so hard against all logic, though, that's the part.
Yeah.
That's the special cases.
Yeah.
Right, so
something to consider. Yeah, critical and Samson. Yeah. I mean, just you have to feel out everything. I can't promise that if I go to an event, I won't talk about flat Earth, but I'll
took some of my drink.
Well, technically, I did.
I was just addressing the Lushing text. Hey, AI, are you hot micing? Are you talking to someone else?
He disconnected now.
No, he's still in the room. And I hear some shit.
Man.
Oh, I thought he.
Oh, you busted me? You guys busted me? Oh
Yeah,
man,
we
I'm
were here.
busted.
We were,
No,
late.
I thought you were talking to somebody in the background. I just wanted, you to hot mic.
We're living vicariously through your conversation.
I'm in my NASA office. I'm in my NASA office making plans to overthrow
the NASA office. Oh,
Flat
cool.
Earth
Can you look in
movement.
my folder over there in the cabinet, rocket scientist cabinet? I have a folder in there. It says NS on it. Never mind.
Yeah, and
NS.
just like I was saying, if you go to an event like
Not
a wedding or you go to a lot of times I go to like live shows, like concerts and stuff, and the smoking area. Since I'm a smoker, it's the funnest. Just like I think I go to these live events just to hang out in the smoking area and meet the craziest people. It's fun. And I'll talk about Flat Earth like nobody's business. I don't know these people. So I'm just like, oh,
Who
cool.
are these people that think they're on a globe?
No, but that's cool. I mean, but they're willing to talk. They're all, I mean, everybody at the concerts, not everybody, but most people are lit, especially the smokers, probably. Smoking people get drunk, right? Or whatever. And it's just fun to hang out in the smoking area, and that's where I get to talk about Flat Earth. So like I'll miss half the concert, so I can just hang out in the smoking area and talk about Flat Earth. It's fun. I went to Alice in Chains a couple weeks ago. I was just hanging out in the smoking area, talking about Flat Earth. And shit. Just like I'll probably never see these motherfuckers again. So.
That's where you guys all, well, not you guys all, but smokers camp out, right? Because everybody's there doing.
Yeah, they have one little like caged area where everybody that smokes has to hang out, and so I go over there to smoke.
Caged area. That's a good room. The caged area, he says.
Yeah,
rumpus the room.
Yeah, but also people are like, you're not supposed to smoke weed in there, but people smoke weed and they're just like, hey, get a hit. Which I don't even smoke weed very much, but I took a couple of hits that night. Whoa. I used to smoke a shitload of weed, but dude, I was that night at the Alice in Chains concert. Holy shit. Man, it was
Look,
like there's
a NASA a piece of NASA equipment there. Thanks, Sasha.
Oh, where?
Yeah, nice. That's good. That's good stuff. It's about as advanced as NASA gets.
Where? What are you
in the live stream voice text? 40 minutes after.
Oh, the one just now.
The video. It's a short video by Sasha. Come on, Helio, can't with it, man.
I mean, it's just right here. Yeah, I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I know what it is.
Okay, so it's a joke. Okay, cool.
It's a NASCAR fuel generating station.
Sonny, do you know what's that?
Yeah, it's a still.
Still?
You never go back.
It's a still, right?
Yeah. We're making grappa.
Grappa.
Yeah. I was about to say something I shouldn't. I'm not going to. No. Moving forward. Hey,
yeah, there's a legend. That's how NASCAR started with the moonshiners in the southeast over there, and they had to make their cars faster to get away from the cops. So they succeeded. Then they were going so fast they had to get a track of their own, and then now they have tracks all over all over America.
I doubt that shit's real. I think the cops are probably working with them to get their moonshine and shit.
Yeah,
and
right.
Yeah.
Of course they
fuck all
were.
that shit. Yeah.
And let the moonshiners go through and then hit the switch for the lights.
I think somebody was about to hear me call them out, and they left again because we're trying to talk to somebody. I had a VC verified, and they're just like, he's about to call me out because I'm scrolling through the list. Yeah, I mean that's the way it goes with like these stories about the moonshiners and stuff. I mean, yeah, you could use that for fuel. Why can't we?
Mm-hmm.
Well, and then they give us this E85 bullshit. What the fuck?
Ridiculous.
I mean, you could use freaking corn and 200 proof in power engines.
My
You
shine
don't
is
even
like
have to use
98.
oil.
My shine is like 98%.
Yeah, bro. I mean, and not even that. You can use it with cooking oil and shit. I mean, it's just like it's suppressed. It's all of it suppressed. There's many different ways to power engines. It's retarded. It's all suppressed.
Yeah, because look at all those look at all the great things all those corporations are doing for you, like giving you more freedom, liberty.
Sure are, because
aren't they? Feel so free right about now. I mean, especially the last 2 years was just a freedom ride.
Let's not get into all that, but
No, we won't.
I mean, it's just like, well, I'm not going to get into it. But yeah,
yeah.
I work and I make like McDonald's wages for a skilled labor act, and that's mostly my fault. So. Matter of fact, I feel like the company I'm working for is kind of about to fall apart, but we'll see.
Must be a late night for crypto.
Yeah, he's usually not here this late at night. He must be. Well, he was enjoying the conversation earlier. He might be in the middle of a DJ act. Who knows?
Yeah, very possibly.
I'm working, bitch. Woo! Da-da, da-da. Ba-da-da, da-da. Da-da, da-da. Ba-da-da, da-da. We run all the ballers off. It's my fault, isn't it? It's my fault.
Where's all the curved water? Yeah, she was, wasn't she? I mean, if you knew the lives of some of your teachers, you'd probably like shudder. Heavens to Murgatroyd.
Dude, heavens to Murgatroyd. Some of my teachers, even me as a kid, it's like, why are you acting like this? Mostly the women. All the dude teachers were cool. All the women teachers, not all of them, but most of them were just like,
That's
why
because
you
all the
like
men
this?
All the men teachers were beaten into submission.
There was one, my history teacher, for one.
In middle
I don't
school,
even know why. As a matter of fact, and this is the weirdest part. My history teacher in high school was my mom's history teacher.
What?
And I had him for 2 years in high school. And he was a short man, really skinny. That he was just kind of like nerdy, weird, like short guy. Looking back, I kind of feel bad for him, but whatever. So he didn't. I mean, it's like all these kids coming into his class, and we're all just like, "How the fuck are we supposed to take you seriously?" And then he passes out this curriculum and just like, read these questions and then pass the test. I mean, it's just like he'd been doing it for so long. By the time he was my mom's history teacher. He was like, just read this and pass the test, and then we would be fucking so bad in the class that he would get so mad he'd fucking start kicking the desk and shit. And he's like, "Can you fucking?" He didn't curse.
Triggered.
He didn't curse, but he'd get triggered. He'd start kicking the desk and shit.
They used to still hit people's hands with rulers in my
No,
middle
he
school.
never
and
did
junior
that.
high.
It was just like, it was
Well, I'm
just
talking
like,
about my school, so yeah.
oh, they did. Well,
They
I can
did.
say well, they did at my school too. I mean,
Did they
got
at my
licked.
school? I'm only kidding. So yeah, they did at my school, and guess what? My girlfriend got up and started wrestling with the teacher. I guess she got her hand hit.
I got
too many times.
plenty of licks in junior high. I never got licks in high school. I got suspended a few times, but I never got
No,
licks.
my girlfriend actually beat that teacher's ass, so there's that.
Oh, there you go, bro. Yeah. But yeah. This was in high school, and this guy, this was like he did the same curriculum every year, and he's like, but he'd been doing it for over 20,
This
30
channel
years.
does not.
It's
This
just like-
channel does not support educational abuse.
And
just saying.
No,
Public service
sure.
announcement.
But
This
it's
announcement
just
has
like,
been approved by Helioskeptic.
just like I fell asleep in his class like all the time, and I passed it. It's just like, God, you're gonna say this. All right, he's gonna. What he did at the beginning of the week, he'd give you a freaking. Here's what's going to be on the test. Study this. Answer the test questions right. You'll pass the class. It's just like, this is the most boring shit I've ever fucking seen. You're not a history teacher. Fuck. Oh, and it was so boring. Everybody gets so
Good
frustrated.
times. Good
I
times.
mean, it's just like we're all sitting in there in class going, you already gave us the question, so just freaking show us the book. We'll read it and pass the test, and we don't care what the fuck you're saying. He was not interesting at all. I felt bad for the guy, but whatever. And I was an asshole in the class team. But I had a really good my trigonometry teacher was really cool. He was interesting. Really cool guy. But chemistry teacher was a fucking dick. He wasn't a fucking dick. He was like a war veteran that would just sit up on the table and tell war stories and be like, "Oh, the periodic table is that's pretty good. But let's talk about my ancient war stories." I'm like, motherfucker, you gonna teach us about chemistry or not? Dude, it was, I grew up in Jacksonville, Arkansas. And then eventually he got fired because they found some freaking chemicals in his closet that he wasn't supposed to have in there.
He was actually making some
I don't know what the
compounds or something. Eh?
I think it was cyanide, what they found in there. And it was enough to kill. It was enough to kill the whole fucking town. I don't know if he made it or where he got it or why it was in there, but anyway, I'm glad I'm not dead because this dude got fired for having some crazy chemicals. And I learned a little bit about chemistry from him, but for the most part, he's like, I'm a chemistry teacher, and I'm just gonna sit up on the counter and just give you stories about my life. It's like, bitch, I thought we were learning chemistry. Yeah, it was weird, man, growing up where I grew up. And during high school, I had 2 choir classes a day. I was a singer, so I had 2 choir classes a day. So I didn't So it was like 2 choir classes, chemistry, math. I had one. What's the word called? There was a class where people that have special talents or whatever. Or what the hell was it called? Special talents. That it sounds like you're kind of retarded. Not that way.
Gifted, you mean?
I don't know. They call it different things in different ways. Anyway, I had English, which I really wasn't good at English. Even though I love to read, but I just I couldn't write. I'm not a writer, so English. It was like do book reports, and it was like I sucked at book reports. I always got a D, but my other grades made up for it.
I think you meant honors. Were you talking about honors, Helio? Honors or advanced placement?
Well, I wasn't an AP. That was what they called it. AP here. It was just like advanced placement. No, this one was always it was tag. They called it tag, talented and gifted. Even though, talented and gifted. And so I had a class called talented and gifted, where that was just like it was pretty much a waste of time. It's like, hey, you're talented and gifted. It's just like, in high school, you have to get so many credits, and all of my my credits for, I was already in, my math classes were already covered. Like I said, I was in trig and 11th grade and whatever. And then in, what the hell is it called? The electives, right? I had my electives covered because I had 2 freaking choir classes every day. I was in chamber choir and concert choir, and that was my main focus. When I was in high school, and I actually got a scholarship, a full tuition scholarship out of high school for choir. So I barely graduated. Because I wasn't academic, but my thing. And so, I had a full tuition scholarship from high school to university near me, and I went there for a year. And like I said, I wasn't academic, so you're not gonna finish college if you're not academic. So I didn't make it. I dropped out, and then I was gonna be a rock star. And I was a rock star locally, but never really made it all the way. Had a lot of fun. And to be honest, I don't think I ever would have finished college even if I applied myself. I don't think I could have got past English 101 without a professor that would be like, you know what? I know you're doing your best. I'm gonna give you a passing grade. But I wasn't at that point. There was a lot of drugs and shit back then. On even some of the the classes that had to do with my music degree, like the music history stuff. Like, hey, do a report on this. I wasn't able to write the shit out. I was like in my past. Maybe I didn't have. Maybe I should have hired a tutor or something. Like I just don't have the energy to like go through and write reports and stuff like that. I mean, so I was never collegiate in that way. It's like, hey, you're doing your best. I'm going to give. Maybe I could have passed college with a C minus or something if I have really applied myself. Has nothing to do with flat Earth at all, though, in my understanding of this shit. Because I can't write a report or a log or a dialogue or anything like that doesn't mean that I can't understand the Earth we live on. And for the most part, my entire life, I've been a highly spiritual person. As far as writing stuff down, so just not part of what I do. I'm not scholastic. What I'm getting at. Probably no surprise to most people on there. Shouldn't even have jumped in. I think I oh, shit. Somebody new jumped in. Hey, Yays. You have access to your microphone, Yays. Oh, shit. I don't want to. I'm not ready to talk to these flat earthers yet.
What's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Are you calling me?
Yeah. I just saw you jump in. I was monologuing there for a minute, but
I'm playing Dota.
yeah. And is this your first time here?
I've joined call a few times, but mostly just lurk.
Oh, you just like to listen, see what's.
Yeah, basically.
So how often do you open? How often do you open your mic and actually talk to people in here?
Usually not that much when I'm playing games.
Are you gaming right now?
Yeah.
What game are you playing?
Defense of the Ancients.
I'm not a gamer, so I haven't heard of it.
It's like Dungeons and Dragons, like on steroids.
Or like active game, or
yeah, it's like a real time strategy.
Oh, real time strategy game. Okay, cool. Can you play it and talk about flat Earth at the same time?
Probably not, because I gotta make like
that sounds
60 calculations per minute, basically. It gets pretty intense, but how are you guys tonight?
I'm good, man. We've been Hey, Yays, when you find a break, man, can you come in here and talk to us about the flat Earth? Man, I don't
really know a whole lot, so that's why I kind of just lurk. A newbie.
I get you. Yeah, you can go ahead and mute it if you want to.
Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt your game. but I'm not gonna give you a damn roll either. Did I hear KJ just click in a minute?
What?
I said I thought you were unmuted for a second.
Oh, I did. I did.
Yeah, did you want to get a piece of Ye's while he's playing his game? It's just like, bro, I mean, I don't mind people just sitting around listening in, if they want to.
Yeah.
I don't see any reason to just be like, hey, I force you to talk so you can destroy your game that I may be up on this game. It's just like, shut the fuck up. Leave me alone. I just want to listen. I don't mind that.
It'll
they
be more
just
like
want to listen.
It'll be more like I'm trying to talk to the guys in the game and I accidentally talk to you.
That's what I'm saying. I don't mind if they just want to listen. Yeah, man. Thanks for showing up. Hey, when you get time to talk to us about Flat Earth, man, just jump back in.
Yeah, enjoy playing your Minecraft.
It wasn't my what game was that? I know. Well, it's just like I don't know.
I like talking about Minecraft as much as I can. Just kidding.
It's like chess and like basketball mixed into one game.
Bro, Flat Earth and Globe Earth is like chess too, bro. You got the white and the black, bro. When you talk about Flat Earth, you'll find out it's exactly like chess.
Hey, we got a new guy.
What's up?
28.
Who is it?
His name is 28. The number 28.
He's
He's
no,
at the top.
28's a Flat Earther. He's already got the label. 28. Flat Earther.
I don't know how new the role is. He's only got a few tags. I don't know what he's got going on.
It's like 28's been here a while. As I can tell. Minecraft. Like that. I can get closer to the mic and it just sounds dangerous.
I want to meet a person who legitimately laughs like that, like all the time.
You just did.
No, like normally, like that's how they actually laugh. That'd be really funny.
Got another new one.
It's how Helio laughs in real life.
We've got another new one. Forgiving.
What were you saying, Crypto? I want to hear it before I unmute.
I'm just saying that's how you laugh in real life.
Yeah, I do. I have a weird laugh. I ain't gonna lie. I think you do too. And a lot of people do.
You to be fair. I'll tell you one person, KJ, if you're interested in funny laughs, there's a guy called Mindshock who I've been listening to recently, and he's got the funniest laugh I've heard in a long time.
Cool. Like, somebody's real laugh when you really crack them up and they can't help it, then you'll know they're real laugh.
For sure.
I mean, it's just like my little